Alright, so we're doing something a little bit different today. So this is Transformers Prime Galvatron's Revenge. And it's a obviously it's a fan film based off of the show Transformers Prime by Prime Animations here. Apparently this fan film has been in production for 10 years. It's a pretty long time. I heard there was a bunch of controversy about this movie, which I will get into later. But if you want to tell how bad the controversy has gotten, he turned off the comments. So this is gonna be this should be interesting. Now I've only watched a little bit of it, and it was very rough. But I haven't watched it all the way through. I've watched a few people reacting to it, and I'll probably pause it here and there. I was a big fan of Transformers Prime. I still am. I think it's probably the best, my personal favorite Transformers show. Great animation, great character work. Peter Cullen as Optimus Prime came back for a show. I mean, I know by then he had already done the Michael Bay movie, but I mean, this was like him coming back to playing the character. And so I heard about this fan film, I think it was like years ago, and I remember seeing the intro for it with Bruticus. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. You know, I would love to have that Bruticus model. But yeah. So let's see. This is my first this is my first full viewing of it. I've only watched a little bit, and it was interesting. So let's go ahead and start here. Hour 43 minutes. Oh boy. I'll probably pause it. So far, pretty good with the vehicle physics. And the new animation designs look decent. And the transformations aren't too bad. Sounds kind of weird. I wonder if that's me or... There's the Combaticons. My favorite combiner team. That looked a bit janky. That Galvatron. Okay. Okay, that was weird. So right here they did a weird transforming effect there, which they didn't really need to because they had already done the intro. But it's just like they didn't even animate the logo. They just did like a weird animation thing and then put a sound effect over it. That was kind of weird. Yeah, have you watched this fan film, John? This is my first. Like this is my first time. I've watched a bit of it, and it's very rough. But like this whole animation sequence with the title, that was weird.
Combaticons, the Autobots must not be allowed to escape.
Remind me again how we got here?
The hyperdrive was damaged, and this abandoned factory was the closest place I could find to...
Can pause again. So, right off the bat, these models here, the VA for Optimus doesn't believe freedom is the right of all sentient beings. Isn't that orbital bacon? So, you want to hear an interesting story about RV and the Chief Next Gen? I actually know Orbital Bacon. I've talked with them before. Orbital Bacon was actually the second guy I got to voice Ultron for the Next Gen movie way back. The first one, I forgot what his name was, but he ended up leaving the project. And so I got Orbital Bacon on, and I had asked him if he had gotten any voice work done for like months, and then eventually he only started taking paid roles for voice acting, and he never told me, and so that led me to getting David Neer as Ultron instead. And honestly, I think that David Neer did a better Ultron voice, in my opinion. So my experience with Orbital Bacon personally hasn't been the greatest. Plus, the voice actors I have for my Optimus Prime and my stuff, I think the first one was Bradley Frew, and the one that because I do plan on bringing Optimus Prime back, the guy I got this time is David Podany, and he's a really good Optimus Prime VA, and he's a very nice guy, and honestly I think he does it because I've heard Orbital's Optimus Prime voice, and just speaking from like a voice acting perspective, he doesn't really sound much like Optimus Prime to me personally.
Repairs. It was either land and fix the ship, or the Decepticons scrap us in space.
Like, there's no texture here. They're just shiny. Like, if you ever watched the original Transformers Prime cartoon, they're not just shiny, they actually have like texture and weathering on them. Like there's like some scratch marks here and there to actually show to like metal, because metal isn't just shiny, metal has weathering on it. That's what really makes it give it that metal look.
Nice. Good thing we found what we needed.
He sounds like a guy who's trying to sound like Optimus. He sounds like Nemesis Prime. And here's the thing, I don't hate these designs. Like, I think this is a really good design for Onslaught. Just the texturing kind of sucks. It looks unrendered. Like, if this was textured, like if they had put weathering on this would look way better. Yeah, I think what got Orbital Bacon famous as Optimus Prime was the Johnny Flash stuff. And I think I think he's been riding that high ever since, and that's the only reason like people even consider him as Optimus. But there's way better Optimus Prime soundalikes out there on the internet.
Not let the Autobots escape. Brawl. Vortex. Press forward.
With pleasure.
Also, I don't like this Onslaught voice. Looks like the Fall Cybertron design with all the details. I think he's trying to go for a Fall Cybertron thing here. But the thing is, I don't like Onslaught's voice first off here. I think Onslaught, he sounds too much like a brute here. He sounds too much like Bruticus. Like, okay, see, like Vortex here, he's got some scratches and weathering, so they did something there. And then he got Brawl over here, and Blast Off. Where's Swindle? Okay, Swindle's back there. See Brawl. Okay, so the Combaticons actually have textures. Like, this doesn't look terrible. Honestly, the Combaticons might have the best designs here so far. Wait, is that real? Oh, Swindle, what did they do to you? What did they do to your face?
Come out and fight, you coward!
My, bro, you're gonna pop an Energon gasket with that temper of yours.
Springer, if we don't find a way to get past these deceptive...
Now, Hot Rod here, he looks terrible. Like, he's way too shiny, and it looks like he's not textured at all, and they just add... So this, I heard this was done in Blender. And, like... Because I've been working with Blender lately a lot. And what it looks like they did here was they just upped they just upped the metal to the metal thing in the material editor, and then made the roughness go down a bit just to make it look like it's metal. But man, Now, I will say I don't hate Hot Rod's voice. I think Hot Rod's voice, because I've voiced Hot Rod before, believe it or not. I voiced him in a comic dub, and I remember the voice line. It says like, "With my luck, I'll get paired with Cup." And I think I lowered the pitch on my voice, and I think this Hot Rod's fine. I also think Springer's voice here is fine. It's bare minimum for Hot Rod and Springer, but if I remember correctly, this opening scene, the dialogue kind of sucks.
Decepticons, we're scrapped.
Yeah, I've got better things to do tonight than die, Rodimus.
Hold on, let me. I'm gonna.
Decepticons scrap us in space.
Right. Good thing we found what we needed.
Do not let the Autobots in.
You know what it looks like here? It looks like they're trying to imitate Transformers Prime, but at the same time, I feel like Transformers Prime has a very distinct animation style, and you can tell like this is like a lot of this is way too fluid, and at the same time, it's like stiff and fluid. It looks off.
Text, press forward.
With pleasure.
It's a decent Vortex voice.
Come out and fight, you coward!
My, bro, you're gonna pop an Energon gasket with that temper of yours.
Springer, if we don't find a way to get past these Decepticons, we're scrapped.
Yeah, I've got better things to do tonight than die, Rodimus. Throw that last flash grenade and make a break for it. Hopefully that'll give us enough time to get back to the ship.
We're not...
Oh no, that was bad. You see how he threw that? That had no weight whatsoever.
And make a break for it. Hopefully that'll give us enough time to get back to the ship.
Okay, so you know what he did wrong here? It went too slow. Like when he's tossing it to Hot Rod here, that was way too slow. Take it from someone who's been... Prime was the most expensive show Hasbro made, and it shows. Now, I'm not, like... But at the same time, it's like, you can get, like, basic... Like, I've done animation myself, and I have no budget. And I feel like I had a better idea of physics than than this guy here.
We're not dying today. Fire in the hole!
Grenade!
That was a pretty weak, flashbang.
My optics, I can't see.
Stay down! The exit's straight ahead.
That's not going to...
What was that? Walk cycle. Oh. I'm not gonna say my walk cycles are great, but man.
Stay down! The exit...
Oh, Springer.
That's not...
Springer looks like he's moonwalking. He looks He's moonwalking in place.
We're going to keep them down for long. Did you set the charges?
Explode.
See, I'm kind of a perfectionist when it comes to walk cycles, and that's like a large part of why episode 13's taken so long to get done, because there's a couple of walk cycles I had to animate by hand. And I have a very particular way of doing it that's time consuming, but I think looks good, but that's just me personally. But here, the walk cycles do not match up with the speed they're running at.
Explosives were set to your specifications. Just need to clear the...
Now here it's not as bad because you can't really see the feet on the ground, but this is a common thing that a lot of animators will say, is that animating walking is very hard from like if you don't know what you're doing.
The blast radius.
The Autobots are making a break to their ship.
Okay, that was weird. Like, did you see that?
Just need to clear the blast
Vortex
radius.
when he's like
The Autobots are making a break to their ship.
he like freezes in midair. That was very exaggerated. And it would be different if this was like a comedy, but this is supposed to be kind of taken seriously, so it's kind of like it's I know it's a low budget animation, but it could still make it look decent.
After them, you fools.
No sound effect.
Cons are following us. Blast the entrance and trap them in.
Oh, this looks like a source filmmaker animation. And I'm not saying that in a good way.
There they go.
There's no shadows here. Like, there's kind of a shadow here, but there's like no shadow. There's supposed to be a shadow here for them, kind of. Okay, there's the shadow. That's such a weird thing. Like, it doesn't. You can still make a low budget animation look good. Now, these designs, I like the designs. I'll give them credit there. These are very intricate designs, and I don't think I could do it.
Here was it to have some fun with the Autobots and not blow up their...
But the animation is very rough. I actually like Blastoff's design here. That's pretty cool.
ship?
The ship was damaged. Why didn't you take them down when you had the chance?
Silence, all of you.
Here's a goodbye gift, Cons.
Look out.
Take cover.
Dead.
Bet you've never seen shooting like
What happened to this project? Why did it take so long? Okay, so I can kind of explain that, judging by what research I did on it. So apparently they switched animation engines like halfway through the film. And speaking as an animator myself, animation is very hard and very long to do. And these guys, apparently, this is like their first actual big animated project. So I can understand why it would take them so long, especially for something this long. Like, it takes me a month to do maybe a 2 to 3 minute animation with a bunch of stuff happening. And these guys did a freaking, like, a feature-length movie here.
that before on your records team, huh, Springer?
Just blow the factory, Hot Rod.
You got it. Say goodnight, Cons.
Oh, that PNG explosion.
Let's get the ship repaired. And
That was like an MP4 explosion they put over it. Also, how did the Combaticons survive that? Like, look, there's no texture on this.
head back towards Cybertron.
Ever since the beacon came on,
Episode of Next Gen is hard because Chief doesn't want to stop playing Halo. Chief also hid the charging cord to my camera, so I can't even get any of the live action scenes.
calling Autobots home? I've been so
I need to buy a new charger
Focus on
for my
getting out of
camera.
here first. No telling if those cons survived or not.
Ah! The Autobot scums tried to blow us up.
They're heading
You know what I also hate? The motion blur. I don't like the motion
back to
blur.
the ship.
It's very disorienting.
An escape like last time.
Combaticons, do not let them escape.
Get the hyperdrive inserted. I want to take off as quickly
Yes,
as possible.
everything looks so stiff.
I'm on it.
Everything's very shiny too, and I feel like Transformers Prime. The texturing here is just not very good.
Just a few more clicks and done.
Let's hope this works.
Combaticons, do not let them escape.
Oh no. Their feet are clipping through the floor. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Escape.
Clicks and done.
Let's hope this works.
Combaticons, do not let them escape.
Yeah, like they're. It feels like they're floating rather than actually running. There's no. He's also demanded full creative control for the next season, but yeah, like there's not a lot of weight to their movements here. It feels like these characters are they're floating.
Look, the blast didn't even slow those cons down.
Setting course back to Cybertron. It's gonna be a race to get back there.
Combaticons, I want that ship brought down now.
Onslaught, you have cannons on your back.
Get off this planet.
Even if it takes off.
Brawl, turn into a tank and just blast it. You are. Why are you putting a trace? They literally just. I don't know if that was in the original Transformers Prime cartoon or not, but that's literally just the Star Wars tracer.
Very far from us.
Quickly, to our ship and pursue them. Those two Autobots will go down, just like the others. The Wrecker will not escape me again.
It's not over.
Oh no! Oh man! You know, this reminds me of like a PlayStation 2 thing. Look, they didn't even the set piece, the landscape. It's the texturing is so bad here. It's like they repeated a bunch of textures, but they didn't know exactly how to make it look good. It feels like they just repeated the same texture over and over again. There's a way to do it to make it look good, but I don't think they did it well here at all. And over here, they didn't even add any extra thing for, to make it look like it's an actual landscape. You can tell it's a 3D model. This is just a landscape they added in later.
Yet. Make sure the weapon system is fully functional.
I wonder how it's gonna look and who's already there.
Focus. We'll find out soon enough, but first we've got to outrun those cons. We're not home free yet, Rodimus.
Relax, we've got a head start on those cons.
Underestimating your opponent will lead to defeat. The Wreckers made that mistake eons ago.
See, I don't hate the voices for Springer and Hot Rod here. Like I've seen some people give like the voice acting crap here. These are okay voices. The issue I think is just the dialogue is kind of stale and
Speaking of
repetitive.
eons ago, I hope we didn't blow up anything too important back there.
And look, these rocks, these should be textured. These need to have some kind of weathering on them or like some kind of texture. There's Galvatron. Okay, see, there's some texture there. There's a PNG of Cybertron. You could actually just get the Fall of Cybertron model, and that would have worked. But you can tell that this is just a PNG they slapped on. Or like, no, not even a PNG, because that would actually look better. This is a JPEG. This is just a JPEG of Cybertron. You see, what I would have done is actually taken a model of Cybertron, put it on the background of like a starry night or something, and then actually zoom in on the Cybertron model. That would look better. And I could do that right now for free, and it would not take that much time.
Any luck, Doctor?
No, unfortunately
Oh, these low resolution textures.
not.
Do you really think that what we're trying to do is even possible?
The power of Primus is rooted in both science and mysticism as well. There's got to be a way.
Is it just me or does Ratchet look different? I know Knockout looks different because he's got the blue eyes now.
I believe the Covenant of Primus will give us...
I mean, I know it doesn't sound like Jeffrey Combs, but it's really hard to do. Ratchet and Timmy Turner's dad. This isn't what you're supposed to copy from Beast Wars texture. This does feel like... You know what's another issue? This is something that Transformers Prime did not have a lot of. There's too much bloom. There's too much bloom with the lighting, and that it makes everything look too bright. And well, Transformers Prime did have like glow, if I remember correctly. It didn't have a ton of bloom. Like it's like J.J. Abrams. It's like lens flares with J.J. Abrams. It makes everything look too bright. There's too much bloom here. And that's another issue, I think.
It's the answer.
The Covenant of Primus, you say? Does that mean you have found what you're looking for?
How did...
Oh, no. Okay, so that sounds exactly like Michael Ironside. But at the same time, the inflection, this has... I'm going to be checking the credits at the end here. And I'm gonna guess that this is an AI voice for Ultra Magnus here, because there's no way that they actually got Michael Ironside to voice him, and the inflections sound like text to speech.
Does the new hand feel, Commander?
Like new, thanks to the two of you.
Oh, that's an AI voice. That's an AI voice. Also, what's going on with all the computers? Like, what's going on with the computer screens here? What's this? What's that? Like, it looks like they just slapped a bunch of random computer textures on there without any thought as to what they actually mean.
Well, if I was able to put Starscream in Megatron's arms back when they lost them, I figured I could do the same for you. Besides, you can't lead the Autobots if you're not looking your best.
Thank the Allspark, Knockout was able to fix it.
Yeah, and reprogramming the drones was... Whoa, what's up with your optics?
What do you mean?
Well, they're blue now.
Yes, I noticed that too. Being an Autobot or a Decepticon is a matter of choice, and thus one's own spark aligns with the core of that spark. Once a spark has been corrupted by evil, the spark changes, and over time it becomes evident.
No, that we're not doing that. Oh, they did not. Okay, so that's not how it happens. That's not. No. The red eyes, I think, come from corrosion. And it actually would have made more sense if they just said, oh, yeah, Knockout just changed his eyes because he is a doctor. He can fix the corrosion. Blue eyes on Knockout just feels wrong. Yeah, it clashes with the red of his paint job. But this whole explanation here just feels like... the good and evil thing, like even in the new movie, which was Transformers 1, where it's like Megatron, when he goes evil, his eyes turn fully red. Even that had more like nuance behind it, like he was being blinded by rage and all he could see was red. But here it's just like, oh yeah, if you're evil, your eyes turn red, and if you're good, your eyes turn blue. The Decepticons don't think they're evil. They just have a very different look at what they think is good, which is peace through tyranny. The Decepticons in this case aren't like evil for the sake of evil. Like, come on. This would make more sense if, because it's just the writing here. Ugh.
Not just in their actions, but also in some of their physical attributes.
side effect of being on the winning team. Interesting.
It's deeper than just a mere side effect knockout. Time will help you realize who you are and what it means to be an Autobot.
Well, Brian Tyler's score.
Ultra Magnus is correct. As for the Covenant,
Obi probably recommended Blue Eyes for the heroes. Orbital Bacon? I mean, I get why. It's obvious why Knockout has blue eyes, and that's not the problem I have. That's not really the problem I have here. The problem is the dial that he chose to try to explain it with some really, really bad dialogue that I do not care for.
of Primus, no such luck. But I'm not giving up. All research of ancient texts points to the Covenant of Primus. From the stories I can recollect, the Covenant told of many wonders that Primus had done during his time, which includes the making of the 13 Primes. I believe the Covenant holds the information we seek.
The Covenant of Primus was in the Great Hall of Wisdom before the Decepticon attack.
As Chief would say in Next Gen, for fuck's sake, not more exposition. Because we all know what he thinks. Oh no! Is that, yeah, I saw the picture of him with the Nazi flag. Oh, just wait until later on. The Portal unleashes Prime and Megatron. This fan film is not too good. And I've had a bunch to say, and we're only 7 minutes in.
I remember Alpha Trion put it in his secret compartment.
Smokescreen, please tell me you know where it is.
If the gods...
Why are they looking for the Covenant of Primus? I'm very confused here. Did I miss something? Are they trying to bring back Prime? I'm not even sure what's going on here.
Didn't take it. It should be exactly where Alpha Trion stashed it.
Ultra Magnus, if we are to have any chance at bringing Optimus Prime back, the Covenant of Primus would be our best chance of doing so.
Agreed.
Okay, they're trying to bring Optimus Prime back. But why? So, like, that's just negating the whole point of the end of Transformers Prime's what was that movie? Predacons Rising. Then Optimus Prime at the end, he said, "Do not lament my absence," and he's like, he essentially tells them, "Don't mourn for me, but be happy that I'm bringing life back to Cybertron." Basically, he was doing his whole like Jesus thing, where he brings life back to Cybertron by sacrificing himself. And them trying to bring back Optimus Prime here just feels like, oh yeah, well screw you. We want you back. We don't care. And it's just like that seems kind of weird to me. Why are you trying to bring back Optimus Prime? Is there a reason? Is it because of the Combaticons? Because they're kind of useless here. Like, Hot Rod and Springer got away pretty easily because they were just standing around doing nothing. Like, you could have had Blastoff follow them and down their ship, but no, you didn't. So it's kind of weird. Align Optimus is legitimately Robot Jesus.
Smokescreen. Accompany Ratchet to the Hall of Wisdom and reclaim the Covenant of...
The pelvis. See, I'm... you could... Why... He just turned the upper torso, but the pelvis should be moving too. Oh, that looks so off.
Yes, sir. Fire up the ground bridge.
Energon remains scarce in these times. The ground bridge should be used sparingly. Besides, the Hall of Wisdom is not too far from here.
Understood.
Like, I understand this is a low-budget fan film, but how much did they raise here? How much did they raise here? Was it like you know what I could do with $8,000? Do you know what I could do with $8,000? Like, I heard some people say that, like, this was a scam, like a money laundering scheme. I don't even think it's a money laundering scheme. I just think he was incompetent with his budget.
Sisters doing.
Oh, the sparks that were released? All are in stable and good condition. Although I must ask, Commander, have we
You know what bugs me the most too is that none of these panels are none of these textures are animated. They're all just slapped on without a second thought. See, if it was me, this shit would be animated. If you had me doing this, especially if I had basement on a new computer, okay, but you still have, but like a good computer can go up to maybe 3,000 or something. Like I would like you, I could animate this texture here and make it look like so much better. Oh, I hate the bloom in this thing. The bloom piss actually legitimately makes me angry.
bring them online? There aren't exactly any
The bloom makes it look like Source Filmmaker. And that actually kind of angers me because this is supposed to look more like Transformers Prime.
lying around.
When we lost Alpha Trion, we lost the process and knowledge to facilitate new protoforms.
Why are these not animated? Come on, guys, animate your freaking textures. And some of these don't even like look at this. The texture's cut off at the end there. They literally just slapped it on there. I'm betting a lot of these textures were taken from a lot of these models are actually like taken from the what was that model? Sketchfab. I think a lot of these, like this model right here, I think it's from Sketchfab because I've seen some of these kind of textures on Sketchfab, and the reason why these aren't animated is because they literally just slapped them on there.
The Decepticons took out the assembly chamber.
Why did they not add Bruticus? And why add Bruticus is in the film? They'd have a Bruticus model. They better freaking use it. I'm gonna be angry if they don't. Why add Rodimus Hot Rod? I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't add Hot Rod if Galvatron's in here, because they're kind of mortal enemies.
And all its records, in order to prevent us from creating new Autobots.
That lip syncing was weird.
With the lack of protoforms, we must focus on maintaining those sparks until we can find a way to bring them online.
Starscream mentioned that the humans attempted to create a protoform once, but were unsuccessful.
Autobots are not made. They are forged by Primus.
Okay, see, where was this texturing? Oh no. Oh, the stretch textures. Oh, there's an easy way to fix that in Blender.
At last, chaos can begin.
What's going
Okay, that's not the voice I would have picked for Galvatron, but okay. Is that a stretch texture? They forgot to, There's an easy way to fix that. Just unwrap, guys.
Who are you?
Oh, you've awoken as well.
Cyclonus?
What happened? Why can't I remember anything?
Actually, okay, that Cyclonus voice, that actually does sound like that's not the original Cyclonus voice. I can tell that's not AI, but they got a decent... Do they have the whole Combaticon team? Yeah, they have the whole Combaticon team. But that Cyclonus voice, that actually sounded like the original without it sounding like AI, so I'll give them credit there. And I'm guessing this is Scourge.
Strange. My memory banks.
And Scourge sounds good here too. It doesn't sound like AI.
See a face.
Yes, I see a face too, with destruction all around him.
And there's Slipstream.
He is our creator.
Galvatron here. His voice sounds way too deep. I would go for something that sounds more like Leonard Nimoy. The Scourge who isn't the Black Optimus.
The mighty Unicron. We are all his creation, given a specific
Wouldn't they already know this? There's a lot of exposition in this. Y'all notice that? I've used a lot of exposition in the next gen, but like a lot of it's coming from Lockdown, who's explaining stuff that the the characters don't know. These characters should probably know that they were made by Unicron. So I'm confused. Is the Decepticon Combaticons working with Galvatron? I don't even know what's going on here. I'm only 10 minutes in. But yeah, where are the Combaticons? And what were they doing here? Like, what was Hot Rod and Springer doing here? That's my question.
Purpose in this universe. Destruction. We have been tasked with the mission to destroy this current universe so that it can be remade in his image. An image of chaos.
Okay, so right off the bat, you just tell me you know nothing about Unicron. Unicron doesn't want to remake the universe in his image. He just wants to destroy everything. Either Galvatron doesn't notice and he is totally oblivious, or the writer just doesn't know anything about Unicron. I actually don't hate Cyclonus' design here. Same with Slipstream. I think they look okay.
What are we? Why?
But what's weird is that some parts of this bothers me. Some parts of them have weathering, and then some parts are just spotless.
Can't I remember anything?
Who are you? And how do you know what we don't?
Let him finish.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Slipstream.
In order to achieve our mission, we must destroy our creator's enemies.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. Galvatron sounds weird with deep voice. Here's the thing. I think Galvatron does have a deep voice in like the 1986 movie, but it's Leonard Nimoy's voice, and Leonard Nimoy has a very distinct voice, and I feel like the way that Leonard Nimoy performed Galvatron, it worked as a deep voice. Remember when Galvatron went to therapy? I remember season 3 of G1. Slipstream is a Decepticon, and why is she not? Okay, like, I'm gonna be more forgiving of that because Aligned has never been. If I've seen people complain like, oh, why is Slipstream here? She's a Seeker. She's supposed to be a Decepticon. I'm like, you really think that the Aligned continuity is aligned at all? Just look at Starscream at the end of Fall of Cybertron, and then at the beginning of Transformers Prime. Why is he suddenly in charge of everything again? Like, he's he's literally Judas Iscariot of the Decepticons. And it's just like, so it's like when people bring up the whole Slipstream thing, I'm like, it's not a really fair argument to make because even the Aligned continuity never followed it. And Slipstream was never in Transformers Prime. They never brought her up. So in this case, I'm more forgiving of it. But my main issue is mostly with Galvatron's voice here.
Our master was defeated by his right.
Cyclonus was also a Decepticon in War for Cybertron tie-in games. See, it's kind of like I see Transformers Prime as being separate from the Cybertron games because that's the only way I'm going to retain my sanity. Yeah, in the DS game, which I actually have the DS version of Transformers War for Cybertron, Cyclonus is a playable character.
Rival Primus and the 13 Primes. Primus created 13 Primes in order to defeat our master.
He didn't explain how he knows all this, and yet the other Decepticon people don't.
During their last battle, Unicron and Primus were engaged in combat, prepared to deliver a death blow to his rival.
Oh, they actually made a Unicron? Actually doesn't look terrible. I like the effects they did here. It's pretty cool.
Our master was then attacked by the creations of Primus. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, Unicron was forced to retreat. After analyzing the battle, he realized he would need to counter the 13 Primes if he was going to
like, this does not look terrible. I'll be honest, it does not look terrible here.
Chance to defeat Primus.
Galvatron is also an ancient warrior from the past who said the Dark Spark was from an alternate universe, but everyone thought he was just crazy.
Thus he began to create us, the 13 anti-primes.
The anti-primes?
During our creation, the primes managed to locate Unicron Unicron and defeat him before he could finish all 13 of us. He was only able to make 4 of us before the Primes began their attack.
How did they manage to defeat our master?
Our creation left Unicron in a very weak
So why don't they remember anti-primes? What? Whoa, the composer of Star Wars is here. Hey, Flick, how are you doing?
state. The Primes took advantage of that temporary weakness. It is up to us to avenge our master's demise and destroy the Primes and Primus himself.
How is it that you know all of this? and
Thank you,
we
Slipstream.
don't? I mean, we don't even know who we are.
Prior to our master's defeat, he downloaded his objectives as well as the events that took place during the battle. I bore witness to our master's demise and what we need to do in order to avenge him.
That doesn't explain anything. Wait, anti-prime? Where's Nemesis?
You are Cyclonus, a fearless...
Oh no.
Your skill in combat is unmatched by any other. Scourge, the
They didn't.
hunter. There is no...
Oh no. They didn't. $8,000. You know what makes me the most annoyed by this is that it's like when I'm making this stuff, when I'm making like next gen, it's like I'm trying my best to make it look good and not try to pull any punches, and sometimes I do have to like cut corners. But you didn't even try here. You didn't even try here. You just slap PNGs on the thing. You could have literally just had him react to Galvatron. You could have just had Galvatron walk up to each of them. Say, this is you. Are you lazy?
place our enemies can hide from you. Slipstream, a deadly assassin.
I could have animated this for free. Oh my gosh. I could have animated this for free. And they had $8,000. They had what? 8,000? How much was the budget for this? I need to know what the budget was for this, because if they can't slap a PNG on there. Was it 8,000? $13,000. $13,000. $13,000. You know what I could do with $13,000? Let me show you what I'm doing. Let me show you what I do for free. Let me show you the kind of animation. This is the animation you're getting for free. This is the kind of animation that you're getting for free. This is what you're getting for $13,000. If Bacon wasn't involved, he would be bitching about DEI for having Slipstream. But this is $13,000. Think about that for a second. $13,000. And you add in a PNG. Oh. That actually kind of makes me angry. I would kill to have a budget. And if I had that kind of budget, I would not be wasting it on PNGs. Oh, that makes me angry.
With a lust for destruction. And I am Galvatron, your leader.
So, you're making yourself the leader because you're the first one to wake up from stasis?
Oh no, that was bad. That grab was very slow. I would have just went like, like he's just like, bitch, shut the fuck. They don't even answer some questions. Yeah, like I still have so many questions. Like how did, like why don't they remember?
I was his first creation. I was given knowledge. I was chosen to lead you into victory. I was chosen to avenge him.
I would not be filming it this way. This is... You could tell this was someone's starter project. Like, I know the next gen... Like, I'll be honest, like, even the next gen movie... Because my next gen movie, it was not good. I'll be honest there. But I do feel like some of the shots in there were better than this.
You would do well to
And also, I didn't have $13,000 when I was making the next gen movie, so...
learn not to question my authority again, Slipstream. Anyone else want to question my authority?
We pledge our sparks to Unicron as our creator, and to you, mighty Galvatron,
Clipping.
as our leader.
The galaxy will know the name Unicron once again, and it will tremble with fear upon the coming of
Galvatron is no Megatron.
his heralds. Destructicons, transform and let destruction
Destructicons. I guess Terrorcons were out of the question.
reign upon the universe.
That was a close one.
Do these people just not want to animate planets? You know how easy it is to make a planet model?
I wasn't worried for a nano click.
Hot Rod. What? Why?
Cons again.
Okay, who animated this? And why does the animation quality look so much worse than?
Close one.
Okay, I need an
a
answer
nano
there. See, this is clear, crystal clear quality, and then the frame rate and the animation, the frame rate gets worse, the quality gets worse, but the animation's like way better here. Did they steal something? Did they steal I don't want to say they stole something, but this does not match the same quality of the other thing. Like, I want to say this was from something else that's not from... I need someone to check what... Like, is this shot right? Like, is this sequence right here? This does not match up with the... Galvatron is Megatron after a bad breakup. But yeah, this does not match the quality from a second ago.
The Autobots must not be
See, look how clear it gets.
allowed to escape again. I want their
No, I don't hate the set design.
heads on my...
So, did Onslaught just take up leader of the Decepticons? Where's Starscream? Because Starscream's still around here. Where's Shockwave? What faction is Galvatron? Did he just say Constructicons? No, he said Destructicons. Like destruction? It's Destructicons.
a trophy mound after I present them to Lord Megatron.
Megatron disbanded the Decepticons Onslaught. Where have you been living? Under a rock?
Megatron, we've had no communication from Cybertron in eons.
Oh, so, okay. Brawl, what happened to your eyes? Yeah, Terrorcons is better.
Are they even there?
Why are we still hunting the Autobots down and risking our necks if Megatron hasn't responded to us?
Oh my gosh, that sounds like Steve Bloom. Please tell me they did not AI generate Steve Bloom's voice for Swindle here.
Since he gave us this mission.
Until we hear otherwise, we will continue with the mission he gave us when the Autobots were escaping Cybertron. I will not rest until each one of them is split, broken, destroyed.
My spark doesn't.
Onslaught does not feel like Onslaught here. He feels like... I don't even know what he feels like. He's like a generic NPC villain, and that's just not... That's... See, when I bring... Because I do plan on bringing the Combaticons to next gen. He's going to be way more of a tactician. Like, oh my gosh, this is not Onslaught.
Enjoy watching them get blown to pieces.
Also, Brawl, where's your face mask? Where's your visor?
Energon readings are spiking.
Why does...
Brawl, quit toying with them and blow them up already.
Okay, that was interesting. See, the quality changes immensely here, and this leads me to think...
One thing you can say about these...
I swear that those two do not match up. That's...
cons is that they're relentless.
Because this looks way higher quality. Swindle going to promise Chief so many MS points.
More hits! Let's punch the hyperdrive and lose these clowns.
The Autobots are...
Brawl, you are not leader of the Decepticons, but exactly where is... That's not even... No, that's not even Brawl, that's Onslaught. Yeah, where is Shockwave and Starscream?
Trying to make a jump into hyperspace.
Activating hyperdrive now.
With the transmitter I placed on their ship, I can track them no matter where they go.
Okay, I don't hate Blastoff's voice. But, like, that was very weird dialogue. You see what I would have done there saying, is Onslaught asking Blastoff, is the tracker still transmitting? And he's like, yeah. He's like, follow them. That's super easy. Hyperdrive, this is not Star Wars. They already took something from Star Wars. Like, the tracker on their ship here is literally a tracker from Star Wars. Also, wouldn't it be a space bridge?
They must be locked onto our signal somehow.
Mount the blasters.
The power coupling we added should have fixed the weapon system, so hopefully they'll work.
Good.
You know what? This looks suspiciously like a Vulcan ship from... no, not even a Vulcan. No, it's not a Vulcan ship. It looks like a ship from Star Trek, which makes me think that they took like a Star Trek cutscene from like some random thing years ago and made it look like it's Transformers.
We're out of hyperspace.
Oh, whoa. Oh, I just noticed something.
We're out of hyperspace.
There's no one flying. See, there's no one flying. Like, come on. I know it's hard to animate people driving, but you could have just put, like, two Transformers in there. It does look like a Star Trek ship. Yeah, it's making me very suspicious.
Now let's see if your aim is as good as your boasting.
Wait. What are you doing?
Tired of these cons chasing us. Let's see what you're made of, rookie.
And they call me crazy. Now watch me sink these cons for good.
See, I like this Hot Rod voice. I just don't think the dialogue is good.
Evasive maneuvers, now!
Huh. I thought elite guards were all talk and no action.
Banter from a wrecker against an elite guard? Now there's something you don't hear every day. You're gonna eat those words, Lieutenant.
Where are the rest of the Decepticons and Autobots? Well, the Autobots, I think, are on Cybertron. I have no idea where the Decepticons are.
What?
These are the rest of the
How is
Decepticons.
that possible?
It must have been from the damage we took from their ship.
They must not be allowed to escape again.
Navigational systems are offline.
Hit the reverse thrusters and get me a lock on their trajectory.
Looks like we're going down towards that blue planet. Now's your chance to show me how good that elite guard training was.
Remind me again about how good the wreckers were.
Whatever you're going to do, do it fast, because we're losing power.
PNG. They use a lot of PNGs for establishing shots. Y'all notice that? Not even PNGs, JPEGs. Oh no, we're about to see what the humans look like. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, that's what I expected. Oh, look how beautiful. Agent Fowler. You look very food fight levels of quality. Did he say Starscream? I didn't catch that. Did he say Starscream?
On their trajectory.
Looks like we're going down towards that blue planet. Now's your...
Engine failure on engines 1 and 2.
What? How is that possible?
It must have been from the damage we took from their ship.
They must not be allowed to escape again.
Navigational systems are offline.
Hit the reverse thrusters and get me a lock on their trajectory.
Looks like we're going down towards that blue planet. Now's your chance to show...
No, there was no Starscream. Does Orbital Bacon hate this character?
What in the Sam Hill is going on out there?
Sir.
That sounds like another AI voice, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like Fowler's voice actor, so...
We have a situation. Sensors are...
This does not look rendered... the lighting. It's the lighting. The lighting here sucks. It's either the lighting, the textures, or both, and this freaking bloom needs to go.
Picking up something falling from our atmosphere.
Do we have a visual?
That's AI. That's AI. That's an AI voice.
Not yet, sir. Whatever it is, it's coming in fast and hot.
Get me a visual now. After the Autobots left back to Cybertron, Uncle Sam wants all eyes in the sky.
I have a visual, sir. Putting it up on the main monitor.
The humans look terrible. They look unrendered. I can't even tell if they're textured, but they don't look textured. I mean, the modeling is really good. I'll give them that much. But the textures... Like, let me bring up Agent Fowler. Like, it doesn't look like they finished modeling his hair. Like, here's a... Let me get a picture of Agent Fowler here on the screen in a second. So this is Agent Fowler in Transformers Prime, right here. And this is what they did to him. So the difference is mostly the hair. The hair is not... They did not do a good job with his hair here. Also, the texturing on the coat and the jacket is not good. The modeling is good. The issue is the textures. They did not texture him at all. Where's RC, Bulkhead, and Bumblebee? They're here. They have models. We'll get to them in a bit.
Good grief, not again. Get me the Sky Strikers.
Yes, sir.
They didn't even animate the tie.
Keep going down hard. Lock down forwards and extend drag fins.
If only my old pal Smokey could see me right now.
Focus.
We're entering the planet's atmosphere.
I've got systems failing on my controls.
No worries, Lieutenant. I live for these moments.
those physics. Oh no. Green screen, the effect there. Oh no, those physics were horrible. Oh no. And a reminder, y'all want to see the physics that I did for free? Look at the physics here. I did those physics for free. This was $13,000. Thank God Rodimus is not acting like a prime. That was a horrible physics. Like, y'all, like...
Where did you learn how to land?
Hey, we're live and in one piece, aren't we?
You did manage to get us safely on the ground. Huh. Where are we, for that matter?
Navigational systems went offline. I wasn't able to determine where we were.
One thing's for sure. It's not Cybertron.
I just now noticed his neck is moving with his head, and because these are robots, the neck should not be moving. The neck should not be deformed with the head. That looks bad. Same case here. That's an issue. Like the way they should have modeled this, the neck should be completely weight painted to the neck bone, and the head should be completely weighted to the head bone to make it look more like robots.
Let's do a damage assessment. Figure out what we need to repair the ship and get back on course.
This ship's a rust bucket, Springer. Nothing works on it. I mean, we haven't been able to fix the communication system. We barely fixed the hyperdrive, and now it looks like it's a total loss. Not to mention the Decepticons are probably still chasing us if they survived. What else could go wrong?
You had to ask.
You have got to be kidding.
Oh, check it out. It's a grizzly from Halo Wars.
Decepticons are everywhere.
We go down fighting.
Hold it right there, you two.
So what do you think? Should we shoot?
Only in self-defense. Let them make the first move.
All units, stand down. I repeat, hold your fire. What in the Sam Hill are you two doing here? Ultra Magnus never mentioned sending any new bots.
Ultra Magnus? You know the commander?
What do you know about Autobots?
Fowler to HQ. Open a ground bridge. We've got company. You two, come with me. I'll fill you in.
Okay, that's an actual voice actor right there. But a second ago, it sounded like AI. What is this? The tech. It's, okay, I just now realized what it is. It might not even be the texturing. It's just the lighting. The lighting is either too bright. They just don't know how to light their sets.
Sir, I'm picking up radio interference.
Though it is definitely texturing too.
I'm not able to transmit. There's a strong amount of static, sir.
What is that?
Sir, something's coming on the monitor.
I want all eyes on that.
It looks like an alien ship, sir. Tracking its trajectory and... Sir, it's heading right for us.
Everyone hit the deck!
Oh, that's... Their particle effects suck. They didn't even try with the particle effects.
Is everyone okay?
Everyone seems to be okay, sir. Whatever that was, it took out the communication tower.
Do whatever it takes to get Fowler on the line. He must be notified of what just happened. Meanwhile, I'll take a squad to investigate. I'll try to stick to recon unless otherwise needed.
This is Agent Fowler to Cybertron. Come in, Cybertron.
Ultra Magnus here. Come in, Agent Fowler.
I've got a pair of Autobots that landed here on Earth. One of them claims to know you.
Commander, it's good to see you again.
Lieutenant Springer, it pleases my spark to see you still functional. What's your status, Lieutenant?
We've been chased by the band of mercenaries known as the Combaticons. Rodimus and I managed to escape to this planet, but we were followed, sir.
The Combaticons?
Yes, sir. The same group that took down our team eons ago.
They've been hunting us down for some time now. I'll send reinforcements to assist in neutralizing the enemy.
Roger that, Commander.
Hey, look, there's RC, Bulkhead, and Wheeljack.
It's good to see you again, Fowler.
Wish it were under different circumstances.
Springer, is that you?
Bulkhead.
Oh no.
Wheeljack.
What'd you do with Bulkhead? Bulkhead sounds like, I think a comment said this. Bulkhead sounds like G1 Wheeljack.
You old rust buckets are still up and kicking? I thought the rust would have settled in by now.
I'm still at my peak. Got the scars to prove it. So, who's the rookie?
Everyone, this is Rodimus. We ran into each other battling cons in the Outer Rim.
So you guys are the wreckers, huh? The demolition team? Battles that'll knock protoforms right out of their stasis pods?
Are you kidding me? We had some of the best battles together.
Springer here worked his way up the ranks. Once Magnus took over, he made him lieutenant.
Now meet our con crusher, RC.
Bulkhead's voice is so cursed.
He can wreck with the best of them.
Welcome to the team.
Hey there. Can't remember the last time I've seen a fembot.
Did he just say what I... This dialogue. It sucks.
Don't mind him. What he means to say is that we've been away for so long, and it's refreshing to see familiar and friendly faces.
Whatever.
Let's focus, people. We've got new cons in the area. The boys at the Pentagon will be too happy when they get the news. We've got to intercept these cons and stop them fast.
Don't like that pose. It's not... It's like they're trying to make her look like RC, but they got the legs all wrong, and it's weird.
I recommend we split up into search parties. They couldn't have crashed too far.
Oh, no. You're not going anywhere looking like that. We don't need to alert the public about your general presence.
What do you have in mind?
Our mass department has been keeping some of their experimental vehicles here. Since we've been working with the Autobots, we've been trying to merge the technologies.
Whoa. Looks like nothing but speed. I'd like to see those cons catch me in that thing.
The Lamborghini. Or is that a Ferrari? I think it's a Lamborghini.
Which one to scan? Decisions. I'll just scan both.
Triple changer.
Whoa, wait a minute. You bots can scan more than one vehicle?
During the war, the Khan's technology had reached some fascinating levels thanks to the Decepticon shockwave. He created triple change technology before he disappeared. A small band of Decepticons went through the process. We managed to capture one of those triple changers and had our chief scientist Perceptor mimic the technology. I volunteered to be the first to go through the triple changer program. Unfortunately, the Khans got word of what we had accomplished and quickly destroyed the facility. Perceptor was never seen from again after that, and the technology was lost to us.
Sir, we may have a fix on the Decepticon crash landing.
What do you have, soldier?
We seem to have lost communications with our R&D department at Mask.
That's not good. That's where we leave all our experimental technology, like where the Damocles project came from.
We've got to make sure to clear the area to avoid any humans from being harmed.
Humans? What? Huh? That's weird.
Everyone else, keep a low profile until Fowler gives an all clear. Fowler, open a ground bridge.
Fowler to HQ. Open a ground bridge.
In the words of Optimus Prime, Autobots, Roll out.
Wow. Is she always a take charge type of bot?
RC is the best and most powerful two-wheeler I know.
They couldn't deepen the pitch in Bulkhead's voice.
Interesting.
Approach with caution, gentlemen.
Sir, that's not a ship I'll recognize.
It's an alien spacecraft. I need Agent Fowler on the line now. Do we have any communications yet?
No, sir. Not yet. Still working on it.
Listen up, soldier. You find a way to get Fowler on.
Sir, look up there!
Everyone prepare yourselves. No telling what's behind there. What just happened?
Not sure. I didn't feel anything.
Sir.
That's a Decepticon symbol.
Combaticons attack!
Everyone move!
Why did we scan such primitive vehicles?
Not as challenging as shooting down Autobots, but definitely just as fun.
I still prefer shooting down Autobots. I bet the Autobots would protect these pathetic life forms. Look out!
Bastard! We've got a bogey on our tail.
A sneak flank attack? Perhaps there's hope for these life forms yet.
You're not getting away from us that easily. Let's get us some payback.
I wonder if there's a warrior.
Yeah, see, this flying stuff, it's not as good as it was earlier, which leads me to say that, to figure that they had someone else doing the animation of those space dogfight scenes, which, yeah.
This planet who can try to match me in skill. Shame I'll have to destroy them.
We've got target lock. Eagle 1, Fox 2, Knight 1, Fox 3.
Catch me if you can, fools! Insects! This game ends now! That is what I know as the terror of the sky. This should get the Autobots' attention. I saw an area nearby where we can set up a trap. Let's make sure the Autobots know where to find us. Time to prepare for the big show.
When do we see Bruticus? Up, he's dead.
Here we are, the Hall of Records.
Just
Where do you think
dead.
Galvatron would have hidden the Covenant? The old bot had it hidden from everyone, including me.
Oh, that wasn't...
When the Decepticons began their attack, he scrambled to make sure many relics of great power didn't fall into the wrong hands. He didn't know this, but I knew where his secret compartment was.
It'll take time to figure out the right sequence of coding to know which one opens the compartment.
Relax, Docbot. Like I said before, I know where his stash was.
I'm getting Halo vibes.
The Covenant of Primus.
Ultra Magnus to Ratchet. Come in.
Ultra Magnus, we have located the Covenant.
That is good news. But I need you both back at the base immediately. We may have a situation.
Requesting permission to stay and decipher the Covenant as well as Alpha Trion's records on it. Perhaps we'll hold some information on reclaiming Optimus Prime's spark back.
Granted, and good luck. Smokescreen. I will open up a ground bridge for your return. Knockout. Get me an energon reading.
Whoa, what's going on? We're under high alert. We've got something coming toward us, and it's moving pretty fast.
Could it be Autobot refugees returning to
There's
Cybertron?
Bumblebee.
I don't think so.
Scanners are showing 4 distinct and unknown signals.
Until I know for sure, I won't open fire. Deactivate the planetary cannons, but maintain high alert.
Wait, the Energon readings show dark Energon signals.
Quick, get the defense system back online while I call for backup.
It's too late.
Think Megatron's back with some new goons?
No, we know Megatron's energy signal. This is something else. Everyone outside.
Look, up there!
They really just reskinned the Viacons.
Those aren't Autobot ships. Do we fire?
No, they aren't. Stay on high alert for now.
They shot one of the bots.
Autobots, hold your fire. Cybertronians, I have come for the 13 Primes. 13 Primes? The Primes have not been for eons. Who are you? And why have you come searching for them?
I am Galvatron, protector of Unicron, herald to the bringer of chaos.
Unicron? Your journey is in vain, as the 13 Primes have long since joined the Well of Allsparks, and Unicron is no more.
Impossible. Our master could not be defeated by such weaklings.
Think again, pointy ears. Unicron was defeated by the 13 Primes eons ago.
If the Primes are no more, then our final mission is to finish our master's goal and destroy Primus himself.
Know this, your master is no more. Abandon your quest and leave our planet in peace.
Commander, are you sure about this? These guys are rather big.
Let's finish these fools and be done with them quickly. I want to watch them beg for mercy.
We've stopped Unicron twice before, and we'll do the same here and now.
Strange that I feel the Master's presence close by. He is here! Destructicons! Tear this place apart until we find our Master!
Autobots, defend the base. Do not let them find what they seek.
So it's true. The master is here. Take us to him and we will let you live.
I agree to no such terms.
They really just reskinned the Viacons.
Listen up, bots. They don't get past us.
Autobots, we will defend our planet, no matter what.
Destructicons!
Did you have something else to say there, Magnus?
Autobots, engage the enemy and defend Cybertron!
Let's take these overgrown rejects down!
Face it, Autobot. You're out.
The editing here is also not great. The sound editing.
I wouldn't say that.
The choreography is decent. It's just the editing and the animation is not great.
Man, that was one hard hit. Hey, you all right over there? Good. Now on your feet.
Now that we're all warmed up, let's have some real fun.
Hey, Merry Christmas. That's not for 5 more days, Mo, but yeah, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Get off of our planet!
Once my Master reawakens, this planet will be nothing but rubble.
Not while I'm alive.
Dead.
Wait, don't! Your efforts only delay the inevitable destruction of you and your world. Why are you doing this?
He looks like warped dark matter with that chest.
Chaos across the universe.
Yes, the Spider-Man Lotus of Transformers, from what I've heard. So far, Lotus was better than this.
And do our master's bidding. As heralds of Unicron, our power is absolute. Our reach is...
Like, say what you want about Lotus, but at least they knew how to use lighting.
infinite, and our reign of destruction shall be universal. Only the strong will have a place in the age of chaos. All of the weaklings will be trampled under our might.
A great bot once said that freedom is the right of every sentient being. I will die protecting the values of the greatest prime that ever lived.
You know, now that I listen to him more, Ultra Magnus does sound like the voice actor I used for Optimus in the Next Gen.
You hold your position, believing you actually have a chance to defeat me.
Oh, I do. Strength alone will do you no good. Now, let's see what you're made of.
That wasn't terrible.
My first trophy.
At least it's better animated than Food Fight.
Arrogant fool.
You're never getting into that base.
Your pride will be your downfall, Cybertronian. Your skill is disappointing, Cybertronian. Hopefully your brethren are putting up a better fight.
Gotta think quick. This guy seems to be one step ahead of my moves. Haha, I bet you Destructicons are as dumb as you are ugly. Move, Smokescreen, move! Catch me if you can, pony ears. This guy's all over me. Gotta find a way to get the upper hand. Too slow. Time to take
The transitions are quite decent.
Perhaps you should focus more on honing your skills rather than your wit, young one.
Yeah, and maybe you should do something about that ugly mug of yours.
Your end is at hand, foolish one.
You know Cyclonus is based off an Oni mask? I believe it.
We can't keep fighting her head on. We need to outthink her.
I think we all owe Robots in Disguise 2015 an apology now.
Listen up. Here's what we're gonna do.
All right.
No, I think we owe Transformers Energon an apology.
You miserable pests. Enough chatter. Time to play. Leaving already? We're not finished yet.
Did they fast edit this? Hey, I can fast edit and my stuff looks way better than this.
Did you call it in?
He's on his way, sir.
I will give them credit on one thing. It is impressive that they've built like an entire Cybertron city. That's pretty cool. And that they actually designed these models and stuff. But they don't make very good use of it.
Oh, I'm afraid our fun has come to an end. Fools! I'll rip out your sparks one by one.
The city and the skyline is like, yeah.
Ultra Magnus.
However, these particles suck.
Read me. The target has been neutralized.
Tell me, little one, is the color of your energon?
Oh, this shot. This was like... I wouldn't have edited it this way.
Yellow.
I would not have animated it this way either.
Show you the size of my fists.
Let us see how well you fight without this.
Wait, no!
Dead.
Fear not, weakling.
Again, let me bring back how I animated. See, that looked way more realistic, and that was in a video game.
Mice will not happen.
And let me bring it back to here.
Not weak. Let us see how well you fight without this.
Wait, no!
Watch how he, watch the physics when he gets tossed. Again, I did this for free. This was $13,000. I mean, plus the transformation from car to robot needs a bit of work. It's too quick. I mean, that's how it was in the original Transformers Prime at some points. But the problem is that it doesn't look very good.
Fear not, weakling. Your demise will not happen here.
The prey always falls to the hunter.
Oh, it takes a real tough bot to get satisfaction over the defeat of a weaker opponent. Then again, I'm no stranger to that concept. Now that the tables have turned, I'll make sure you don't come out on
Hi,
top.
Steve. Thanks for helping. Why does the Viacon walk weird in his Autobot? Oh yeah, they just reskinned the Viacons for like Autobot foot soldiers on Cybertron.
What the?
Yeah, I don't know either.
That was fun.
Dead. The sound editing is not very good, I'll be honest.
You fight well, Cybertronian, but your efforts are futile. Soon you and your comrades will be defeated, and we will lay waste to your wretched planet.
See, I like Scourge's voice here. It sounds like the G1 versus Scourge.
So neither will I.
Seems as though you have not always been an auto.
I don't think that's the Dark Star Saber. I think it's a Dark Energon Saber because he was made by Unicron. So that's how I explain it.
Merely a boss who came to his senses.
The Scourge is kind of weak here, so...
You proved to be a worthy opponent, but the outcome was inevitable. The weak will
Like, he's way bigger, and somehow... It fell on Earth where it appears in Starscream episodes of Robots in Disguise. It's not the Dark Star Saber, because it's just an Energon-looking weapon. It looks like a Dark Star Saber, but it's not.
Now my blade will be the last thing your insignificant...
That's just Scourge, what Scourge's sword looks like.
How difficult it is to fix that. I mean, you already disarmed me. Couldn't you just have chained me up? A hole in my chest plate. Really? Really?
I grow tired of this.
Oh, that editing was horrible.
You might beat us, but you won't win. The Autobots will stop you.
I won from the moment I landed on your pathetic planet.
I don't like the sound effects here. The sound effect, the sound design.
You should feel honored to have been the first of many to be defeated by my hands.
You know how controversial this thing is? He turned off the comments. That explains a lot. What was that? That's so lazy.
Nor your Cybertronian friends.
And there's a fan made Transformers Prime Galvatron's Revenge. I saw it look like this movie and Prime and Megatron worked together fighting Galvatron.
Ever stood a chance against us?
I think that's later in this. Why are you messing with the music like that? The editing of the music in this is not good.
A warm-up at best. These weaklings are unworthy and do not impress me.
I feel the presence of our master getting stronger. Search the building for him while I try to make sense of what is going on.
Allow me to do the honors. Right after we dispose of these worms.
There is no honor in defeating an opponent who cannot fight back.
Honor is your thing, Cyclonus. Destruction is mine.
Hold it right there!
Tell me, Cyclonus, do you allow your honor to deprive you of your fun? My spark is satisfied.
Cyclonus, Scourge, take a look around and see if you find anything.
Cyclonus, do you believe what the Autobots said about our master is true?
Who's a better gaslighter, Paul or this animator? What do you mean?
Those Autobots defended this base with their sparks. They fought too hard for it not to be true. What is this contraption? It appears to be a spark stasis chamber. These are sparks without a Cybertronian body.
Oh look, an animated texture. I never thought I'd see one of those in this. And they literally just recycled the computer texture from the Autobot computer or from earlier.
The Autobots could use these against us. Should we destroy it?
No. The Autobots do not possess the means to bring these sparks online. The Master will destroy everything. There is no need to take action.
This is interesting.
You know what I just noticed about the animations? The character animations, they lack personality. They're just generic movements. Like, and I hate having to go back to mine, but like, look how much personality
surveillance hub
that Brainiac has in his animation here.
But it turns out I was right, as usual. To see the evidence.
Like, look how much personalized animation, and they just go here, and then they're just
Destroy everything. There is no need to take action.
there's no personality at all in their movements. The questions, I wouldn't mind it, but sometimes it's pretty much obvious. What is this contraption?
This is interesting. Bringing it up on the holographic projector.
They can't just say, hey, look, it's a spark thingy.
So, the descendants of Primus did not lie. The body of our master lays dormant in a distant planet.
So even when they try to give the movements personality, there's just no personality.
The core of the planet is Primus himself. Should we destroy him?
No. I shall give our master the honor of doing that himself.
We were unable to find anything useful. He would more than likely be hidden away, protected under high security.
Lucky for us, I found this.
Excellent.
The set designs are okay. It's just
The Master.
Relax, I got this.
where's all the security for Unicron?
A little edgy, aren't we?
They came this far yet still has questions. Galvatron, Megatron is better than you.
His spirit is trapped within this vessel?
Cyclonus, Scourge, Slipstream. We must take our master to the planet called Earth and release his spirit back into his body in order to awaken our master. Our master will rise again, and the universe will tremble once more.
What shall we do with the Cybertronians?
I say we finish these Autobots here and now, and rid ourselves of their miserable sparks.
No. There is no greater dishonor than to defeat an unconscious opponent.
Did the Autobots show our master honor by trapping his spirit and enslaving him within that vessel?
Bah! We are Destructicons. We have no honor, only war.
Enough! Once our master is revitalized, no one will be able to stop him, especially not these Autobots. So it doesn't matter if they meet their demise now or later.
I say we let them watch Unicron tear this planet apart before we extinguish their sparks.
Agreed.
A planet called Earth, I thought they knew us. So these guys, they aren't aware of it, I don't think. Like, cause when Hot Rod and Springer went by Earth earlier, they had no idea what the planet was either.
Let us make our way to Earth and bring our master back.
You couldn't animate this. Why didn't you animate Unicron's spark here? Animation is hard. I hate these green screen effects. Blender has a built-in particle system. Use it.
Everyone on alert. No telling if those cons are still here or not.
The Khan scum took out everything.
These cons hunt Autobots for
You should have deepened the pitch of his voice.
living bulk. You left the Wreckers before we encountered them. I fear what they'll do to the humans on this planet if left here much longer.
Let's spread out into search parties and cover more ground that way.
So another thing that annoys me, they ripped the sound effects straight from the Transformers Prime TV show. You can still hear the music and the sound effects, which is very, I don't like it.
RC the Fowler. We've reached the crash site, but no sign of any survivors.
Hey guys, over here. Think I found one.
Scratch that. Looks like there's one survivor.
I thought he was dead.
Easy. We're the good guys. We work with Fowler.
General Bryce, is that you? Sir, what happened?
Decepticons. They fell from the sky. They turned into our vehicles and then they attacked us. We never stood a chance.
What do you guys know about these cons?
Look, like Springer said before, these cons hunt Autobots down for sport. They've hunted and killed lots of Autobots.
It's the same group that took down the Wreckers, the Combaticons. They found us while we were searching for Energon. Our supply was low and we were exploring for Energon deposits, and that's when they ambushed us. We tried to escape, but we damaged our ship. We managed to find our way to an abandoned factory, and we were able to find the parts we needed to fix the hyperdrive on our ship, and barely escaped.
These are the most organized group of cons I've ever seen before.
That's because this was a special unit of trained mercenaries put together.
See, I would believe this if they weren't so useless at the beginning of the film.
By Megatron.
I remember those Yahoos. They got lucky if you ask me, but I'm definitely looking forward to some payback.
Did you manage?
Why does Megatron look so good there?
Put together by Megatron.
I remember those Yada.
But he's like the only one with any texture.
They got lucky if you ask me, but I'm definitely...
Like, see, this is what every... This is the kind of material that every one of the bots needs.
Looking forward to some...
Like, this looks good. This is what the rest of... This is the texture, kind of texture that all the Transformers need, but don't have. And then you just go here and it looks...
They headed north. Take it easy, gentlemen. We'll bridge a medic team and bring you back home.
Sir, we've got something.
What's the problem, soldier?
We've got some bad news. That large hole we found at the construction site? The site's under attack by giant robots.
That's not good.
What's the situation?
The team got a report of a massive hole in the ground. We had a team evacuate the construction site in order to investigate how deep the hole was.
Megatron, we need you to beat you when you get caught.
Looks like we'll get to try out our new wheels.
Last one there's a blank protoform.
The vehicle movements are clean.
Relax, I see. The quicker we get there, the quicker we can take out those bums.
Bulkhead, RC's right. We have to proceed with caution, not guns blazing.
But we've got the element of surprise. They don't know that we're coming or how many of us there are.
You couldn't just deepen Bulkhead's
These guys know
voice.
someone's coming. This attack was simply to get our attention. We're going to be walking into a trap.
RC the wheeljack. Don't get too close and wait for the rest of us. By the way, thanks for the backup.
It's got to be here. This is our only hope of finding a way to bring back Optimus Prime.
Oh, the clipping.
Optimus, you brave fool. You sacrificed yourself to save our entire race and planet. I'm not letting you perish after all that you've done and all that we've been through.
You're just negating his sacrifice. I know what they're trying to do here, but it just makes Optimus's sacrifice seem... It's not a sacrifice if you bring him back to life. I forgot, did we already watch the part where RC got slut-shamed by a villain? No, we haven't.
What's this? By the Matrix. Ratchet to Ultra Magnus, come in. Autobot HQ, do you read me? I may have found the solution. Just as Unicron's body is the core of the Earth, but his spirit exists outside of his body, Primus also has a spirit and I can reach it. Does anyone copy? Blast it. Something's wrong. I can't stop and go back. I have to head to Primus himself.
RC. Come in, RC.
Construction site's up ahead.
Everyone, hold your positions.
I smell a Decepticon trap.
I can guarantee that's what this is.
Move in slowly and keep your optics open.
Don't worry, I'll protect you.
Trust me, kid. I don't need protection.
Oh, here we are. This is it, John.
What a shame. Such wonderful curves wasted on an Autobot.
Oh.
Be at my side, Autobot, and I will spare your life.
This is gonna become a meme, I swear. I saw this, like, people just reacting to this one scene. Oh, that's not Onslaught at all.
Trust me, kid. I don't need protection.
That's not Onslaught.
Look out!
Everyone move!
What a shame. Such wonderful curves wasted on an Autobot.
That's not Onslaught. That's not Onslaught. That's Offslaught.
Be at my side, Autobot, and I will spare your life.
Get fragged, Con.
What a pity to waste such a pretty face.
I'm losing my sanity.
But orders are orders.
That's no way to treat a lady, Onslaught.
You've been more trouble than you're worth, Wrecker. I thought I took you offline once before. I will make sure this time that there will be nothing left of you but the head that I will deliver to Megatron personally.
Where does Onslaught think Megatron is?
You two will pay for that. Combaticons, attack!
It would make more sense if the Combaticons here were, if they were mercenaries again instead of Decepticons, because them being Decepticons makes no sense since Megatron disbanded the Decepticons at the end of Predacons Rising.
Think we made him mad?
I think you heard his pride.
Time to join the Allspark.
Springer, throw me.
What?
Throw me now.
Go help Brawl take care of the others. I'll handle these two. You had your chance. Now step aside if you wish to live, Autobot.
You'll have to get through me, Con.
Jackie, you okay?
Will be, once my audio sensors stop ringing.
Well, well, well. If it isn't our old pals, Bulkhead and Wheeljack.
Looking tired and as useless as ever.
Brawl, Swindle. So you two are still...
Brawl sounded more like Swindle than Swindle did.
Functional. Thought you guys died at the Battle of Almacron.
No thanks to you and your buddy Depth Charge. We barely managed to escape.
Why does Brawl sound like Steve Bloom?
Missed a good pounding.
You guys got the drop on us last time, but this time the band's back together.
One bomb won't make the difference. We would have taken the records down with or
Rooting
without.
for Rise of Unicorn even more now after seeing how this turned out.
Talk and not enough action.
I guess we'll have to teach you some manners again.
Give it up, Bulkhead. Your team doesn't stand a chance against us.
You sound overly confident.
This isn't like the last time we met. This team was specifically built to take down the Wreckers. It was a shame you left before we took them down. I would have enjoyed to have seen the look of defeat on your face. I savored the ones we took offline.
Peaking in the voice.
Just as pathetic as I remember. Prepare to say your last words, Autobot.
Just shut your yap and do it.
This time, there's no getting...
Get up so we can finish these...
Swindle, what were you waiting for?
You Autobots should really learn to watch your backs. We took the Wreckers apart last time, and this time won't be any different.
Cons like to sneak up from behind. Here's a taste of your own medicine.
Combaticons, bring him down here so I can teach him some manners.
Looks like I got their attention now. How do I get myself into these messes? Here goes nothing! Yeah, gotcha! Cutting it kind of close, aren't you?
A hotshot like you should be able to improvise.
Got a con on our tail.
You have an amazing talent for stating the obvious.
Keep them distracted, guys.
The peaking in the voice. It sounds bad.
Bulk and Wheeljack are still down.
We
We've got to get to them and regroup.
Guys, we've still got company.
Autobots, you are surrounded. Surrender now.
You'll have to take us offline.
That can be arranged. Put down your weapons now.
I'm down, but not out, Khan.
RC, do you copy?
We're a little busy.
It's about to get worse. A villain named Galvatron has taken Unicron's spirit and is heading towards Earth.
Unicron again? Okay, but we're gonna need some backup here. We're dealing with the Decepticons that chase Springer and Optimus. They've got us pinned and locked in.
We'll open a space bridge on your location.
My ears. RC's voice has too much peaking in it.
Destructicons and Combaticons? The odds are stacked against us.
Too much clipping.
We're gonna fight the Destructicons and the Decepticons at the same time. We've got no choice. The fate of Earth and Cybertron hang in the balance.
I've battled these Decepticons before. Strategy will be key. Knockout, what do you know about the Combaticons?
Mercenaries, gathered by Megatron himself to take out the Wreckers, with extreme prejudice.
Yes, I remember. Just when we thought we had them on, they changed. They became a Decepticon with unmatched power.
They became Bruticus.
Knockout, what are you saying?
He'd emerge into one giant Autobot killing machine.
We'll take them down one way or another.
Oh, can we finally see Bruticus?
Prevent them from merging. Bumblebee and Smokescreen, you're with me. Knockout, stay behind in case Ratchet needs your assistance.
I'll make sure the good doctor gets back here safely.
Autobots, roll out!
We're barely holding our own here.
Backup is on the way, guys.
Looks like the party's getting kicked up.
Why does RC sound like she's using an Xbox Live microphone?
Autobots, attack!
The Autobots brought him back up.
Ultra Madness. Combaticons, regroup. Merge to form Bruticus.
Finally. Okay. That actually looks pretty cool.
What in Primus are they doing?
We're too late.
Bruticus doesn't look terrible. They made my favorite combiner look pretty cool.
Primus himself. Ratchet to Autobot base. Come in. Does anyone copy? Not hearing back from anybody has me quite concerned. What next?
Clipping.
By the Matrix. Ratchet to Autobot base. If anyone can hear me, I've managed to reach Primus and I found a way directly into his core.
Knockout here.
Knockout. I'm here at Primus. I found a way to get inside.
Whatever you're going to do it quickly. Unicron's spark has been stolen.
No. How is that possible?
A group of anti-primes said they were created by Unicron to stop the 13 primes.
Where's Shockwave so Bruticus can use his gun? Shockwave is a tank in this.
He took Unicron's spark and is more than likely heading back to Earth.
Knockout, listen to me very carefully. It's imperative now more than ever.
Seriously, where is Starscream though?
Should Galvatron succeed in bringing...
The Combaticons would make a lot of sense if Starscream hired them, which I think would have made this, kind of work, because they are technically Starscream's brigade. What if Starscream was the one leading the Combaticons? That'd be pretty cool.
Unicron back online, the entire universe will be in danger.
What's the plan, Doc?
Stand by and wait for my instructions.
Who has awakened me?
Great Primus, I come before you in our darkest hour. Unfortunately, your rival, Unicron, continues to remanifest himself in order to try and destroy you.
The battle between...
This was the most jarring introduction to Primus I've ever seen.
good and evil has raged on since the beginning of time. Unicron is evil, and thus, as long as evil lives on, so will the spirit of Unicron.
Shockwave, it was logical to stay out of this film.
It is that reason that we wish to do our all to protect you. Optimus Prime sacrificed himself to save us all. There is no way for me to scientifically return him. It is by my faith in you as our creator that I ask you return him to us, so that we may continue to protect you and all that which is good.
I sense that evil has grown. It has manifested itself and multiplied itself in order to keep balance in the universe. The lineage of Prime must be restored to protect all that was, all that is, and all that is yet to come.
What in Prime has just happened?
The beginning of the end. We don't come up with a plan.
Autobots, prepare to be destroyed by Bruticus!
That's not Bruticus's voice. Oh, that's not a good Bruticus voice. Even Galvatron has a better Bruticus voice than Bruticus here. Oh, they got so close to making Bruticus good and they ruined him.
Autobots, transform and scatter!
Here we go again. We got thrashed last time. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again.
Dead.
Autobot, Springer's down and the Brute's heading this way.
No way! Rodimus, you're here on Earth? Well, 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 if it isn't the rookie. Hey, my rookie days are over. You didn't forget everything I taught you, did you, Smokey? Everyone's got to graduate someday, Hot Rod. Hey, you want to have some fun like the good old days? That usually meant us getting into trouble. True, but we had fun doing it. Come on, follow my lead. Yeah.
That Bruticus walk cycle is it's not good.
All right, so I want to impress the fembot back there. What's she into? Flips? Action? Firepower? Oh, you mean RC? Good luck. She's like a big sister to us. Shouldn't we be focusing on what we're doing? You mean besides being awesome?
Those two are gonna get themselves scrapped.
So that's where Smokescreen got it from.
Never knew the elite guards were such action junkies.
They fit right in with the wreckers.
Ugh, get off me, you pests!
Race you to the top. Hey, how are we supposed to bring him down? We need a
Actually, I'll say this, Onslaught has a better Bruticus voice than Bruticus.
plan. The plan, Smokes, is to shoot him till he breaks.
You two are going to get yourselves killed.
Showtime! Smokescreen, look out! Relax, bro. I've got the... Oh, scrap!
Dead.
Let's get to the injured and make sure they're okay, show off.
Payback time, you slagging piece of Decepticon garbage!
I remember you, Autobot!
The three of us are down, guys. What's the plan?
This guy's taking us out one by one, Magnus. You've dealt with him before. Any ideas?
Bruticus is supposed to be way more destructive.
Come in, Agent Fowler. There is our master. Once Unicron awakens,
And that's how I know that earlier was not animated by these people. Because this is a really crappy...
Universe will know the true meaning of fear.
There is nothing to stop us now. Smokescreen, are you okay? Following you is hazardous to my spark.
Listen, Hot Rod, or whatever your name is. Like I told him when he first got here, there's no room for show voting. We work as a team and as a single cohesive unit. Got that?
You know, your optics spark when you're mad.
What?
RC, relax. It was my fault.
Listen here, you arrogant little...
RC, Bruticus is up, and we need all hands on deck.
This conversation isn't over yet.
Well, that backfired. Looks like I ticked her off.
Hey there, are you okay?
A little banged up, but I'll be okay. Where are the others? We gotta get back out there.
Slow down. Let's make sure you're okay first.
Showboating Transformers, I'd love to see that.
Do you hear that?
Everyone, check that out.
the descendants of Primus
Primus are here on this planet as well.
Hear this, descendants of Primus. Retribution will be paid for the imprisonment of our master. When he rises again, the universe will tremble.
Hey, look, it's the actual plot.
No more. Destructicons, attack!
Autobots, they don't get past us. We take no prisoners.
Ultra Magnus, what are you saying?
They must be stopped at all cost, RC. Unicron's anti-primes must not be allowed to survive.
Hold on. Isn't that a bit extreme?
If we cannot stop them, they will unleash the Chaos Bringer, and there will be no one to stop him. The lineage of primes is gone. We cannot afford to gamble.
What about Big, Tall, and Gruesome?
Maybe he can get some action as well.
Listen up, Cons. This situation is bigger than all of us. They are trying to resurrect Unicron. If they succeed, Autobots and Decepticons alike will be targeted. We need a truce.
Bruticus versus Galvatron?
Myself with Autobots of any kind.
Every seed of Primus is an enemy of Unicron.
Looks like we've angered the big one.
He's just an easier target.
Do not underestimate the giant slipstream. Now go and destroy them all.
If we don't come together, we're doomed.
Bruticus helps no one but himself.
Destructicons, let's finish these fools quickly. Unicron awaits his resurrection.
Behold the greatest prime of all.
That's so jarring.
Optimus Prime.
Thank Primus you're back.
It would appear so, old friend. I'm not sure how you were able to do this.
The Covenant of Primus.
All I can think of is racist Optimus Prime. See, I would have went with David Podney because at least he sounds like Peter Cullen.
Showed me the way.
Orbital Bacon does not sound like Peter Cullen.
Hey.
Optimus Prime, I have brought you back because you embody all that I stand for. Compassion,
Racism,
courage, honesty, integrity, and just are at the core of your spark. It is for this reason you are the guardian of Cybertron. Go now, as my evil nemesis is close to being released into his original body. Thank you, Primus.
Miserable sentient beings except for minorities.
To protect those who cannot protect themselves.
Optimus, the situation that Primus speaks of is dire. Anti-primes of Unicron have taken his spirit and are on Earth. I fear Ultra Magus and the others will not be enough to stop them.
Primus has shown me where to go in order to defeat these anti-primes. Knockout. Open a space bridge back.
You know what his voice sounds like to me? We must stop the China virus.
To base, and then to the following coordinates.
It sounds like he's doing this.
There is someone I need to get before going to Earth.
I can't believe they brought back Optimus
It
Prime.
would appear our destinies are bound together, and thus I ask for your assistance once again. Keep them busy while I tend to our master.
With pleasure.
You Destructicons sure are full of yourselves.
We've toyed with you long enough.
What the?
Springer, go in from the right and draw in their fire.
Roger that.
Don't worry, Autobots. I'll finish you off quickly.
Leave him alone.
I'm coming, Springer.
Oh, brother. You want him? Here, take him. It's sad how pathetic you Autobots are.
There's a lot more to an Autobot spark. You'll need to take all of us offline.
Death stands behind you, ready to extinguish your spark.
Here's my chance to be a hero and make up from before. Just keep talking.
Coward, shooting at me from afar. Come closer and I might teach you a lesson.
Uh-oh, deja vu.
You know, it reminds me of Roger Moore or Sean Connery.
Great.
If you think you're safe from afar, Autobot.
Put some respect on Roger Moore's name
Here we go again.
and Sean Connery's name.
It's showtime.
That was not.
Sticks the landing. Judges agree. It's a perfect 10. And now back to the games.
Okay, show off. Let's double team them.
Thought you'd never ask.
Don't you ever focus?
What can I say? I like to focus on things that excite me.
You can't let them win.
Man, these guys hit harder than the cons.
Come on, kid. Get up. We're not finished here.
This isn't going well.
I don't get it. There's so many of us and only 4 of them, but we can't.
My question is what Megatron sounds like.
An actual warrior. This should be a good hunt.
Don't you guys ever get tired of hearing yourselves?
Autobots, do not falter. If they succeed, both Cybertron and Earth are doomed.
RC, this is bigger than when we faced Megatron. We need bigger guns. We need Bruticus.
You can't be serious.
He's the only one who might be able to match their strength.
Continue to believe in yourself, Autobot. It feeds my ego.
My audio receptors are leaking energon from all your dribble. Yeah. My head won't stop ringing. Can't keep focus.
Time to die to the Hunter. Not on my watch.
Let's not interrupt the fellas. Besides, you've got me to deal with.
Don't you guys get tired of hearing yourselves? Try telling that to the Klingons.
Regroup. Our efforts are scattered. We've got to coordinate our attacks and isolate the battlefield.
You heard Ultra Magnus. Move it!
We draw the line here, Autobots. These monsters go down, or we do. I grow bored of this. Destructicons, dispose of these pets.
Ultra Magnus, we need Bruticus to help.
Agreed. Bumblebee, get the canister at all costs. Springer, clear the way. Bulkhead, with me.
Okay, bots. You heard Ultra Magnus. 2 worlds are at stake, so let's give it our all.
Smokescreen, Rodimus, you two with me.
Ha! Like old times? Like old times.
Let's take it up a notch, Springer.
Read my mind.
Bruticus, we need your help.
I don't help Autobots.
Galvatron is our common enemy. We can't stop him alone.
Galvatron! He attacked me.
You've got something that belongs to me, ugly.
You waste your time. And your life, Autobot.
Distraction is never a waste.
What?
He's distracted. Let's go! Rodimus, now!
I can do a better Galvatron voice.
Here's definitely too slow for the speed team.
You've managed to annoy me.
You've managed to annoy me.
You weren't impressed by these moves? We totally executed it perfectly.
And Unicron is still not moving. See, I wish they would have animated that texture.
Oh, not a fan, huh? Guys?
Toss it!
Go long!
You know how wide the... So, just a bit of an animation thing. His feet look like they're slipping, and that's because he's not moving at the same speed that his feet are walking at. It's kind of weird.
Got it. Would that be a goal? No, it's a touchdown, but the game's not over yet.
Clever but futile.
Galvatron, it's your turn to feel my wrath.
Stop worrying. Worry about me.
I'm not one of these puny Autobots. It's gonna take more than that to take me down.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Do you think your size in...
You know the funny part is that Bruticus is really the centerpiece of this whole thing? It's a try and error kind of thing with the feet. Yeah, but it's not. But you need to make sure it looks good before you make it a final product. Is my point. It is definitely a trial and error thing, as I've learned a lot when animating. But in this case, I don't think they really thought about that when they were animating this. Bruticus is definitely the centerpiece of this whole thing, though. Like, it feels like that's the only reason the Combaticons are here, is just to have Bruticus. Which I'm not complaining. I love Bruticus. That's my favorite combiner. But, it's funny because it's called Galvatron's Revenge, but the only thing I can think of that I wanted to see from this is Bruticus, and I didn't care about Galvatron.
I am Galvatron! Now,
also, Bruticus should probably be a lot bigger.
Where did those Autobots go?
So I guess it's an accurate scale.
The entire lineage of Primus is full of weakness.
Predaking Stan. Well, Predaking's already in Transformers Prime, so it's kind of... But he's not the Predacons.
The universe of this filth.
Pedal to the metal, guys. We've got to keep the Allspark container away from Galvatron.
For how long? They're wiping the floor with us. Smokey's right. It's only a matter of time before they overpower us.
Bruticus is our equalizer and hope. We need to buy him time to recover.
Time's up.
There is nowhere you can run to, Autobots, whether on Cybertron or this...
Also, I just noticed that Galvatron is Megatron's alt mode, but with the Galvatron cannon.
Hunt you down to regain our master. Destructicons, the games are over. Finish these weaklings once and for all.
Finally!
Yes, my master.
Looks like I'm gonna ruin your master's plans.
Arrogant of you.
Not arrogant, but confident. You're surrounded by my friends. We're going to take you down, one way or another.
Your efforts are futile.
Evasive maneuver.
There's no way that was fitting inside of him.
Smoke screen, catch!
B! I think we ticked him off. Quick!
I just hope that if the creator makes more stuff, he's able to learn from his mistake, put his ego in check, and for the love of God, not hire bigots to play as heroes. I don't think he knew at the time that Orbital Bacon had Nazi values. But now that he... I do think that... I don't know if he's gonna... I think that the criticism he's gained from this is gonna turn him off from making more stuff. But if he does, and he does keep Optimus Prime around, he should get David Podney. Because I think David probably has one of the best Peter Cullen impressions I've ever heard. Which I'll show y'all. Actually, I could just show you now. Let me... And he's a guy that I'm actually getting for Optimus Prime for Next Gen. And he's really, really good. This guy right here. You should get this guy.
You're a skilled fighter, but you shouldn't be out here alone. Autobots are no longer safe in Iacon.
The Decepticons control the airwaves. The only secure way to communicate is by messenger. I volunteered. Name's Bumblebee.
Ratchet, this Autobot needs repairs.
And that's the guy I'm actually getting to play Optimus in Next Gen for, I want to say, maybe Season 2. So, he's very good.
Yes. Smoke screen.
Running will do you no good, Autobot.
He's way better than Orbital Bacon, even though Orbital Bacon's more famous.
Hopefully the big guy had time.
Though Orbital only
I might not be able to
capitalized off of the success of Johnny Flash.
Like the courage of the Primes.
That's not a good voice for Bruticus, though.
Hold him so I can.
Taking plays out of your playbook.
Now he's infamous.
You wish.
Keep her busy, Magnus.
Guys, look out!
Unimus, get the Allspark container away from here.
There you are, Galvatron. Payback time.
See, that walk cycle's better because he's actually moving at the same speed he's walking.
I have more important things to attend to.
You may have caught me off guard before.
Yeah, all of these Destructicons are huge. How about Orion Zaxxas? He's voiced Prime and other stuff, including an SFM video of a Scrap Dark of the Moon novel ending. Let's look him up. I think I actually know who you're talking about. I think I've met him before.
Hey.
Huh? What?
Remember to stay hydrated. Drink your water.
All right.
You're a good kid.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's a. Yeah, he's really good.
We're not so easily defeated.
Hurry, we've got to get to.
It's kind of funny. Like the most famous Optimus Prime voice actor for fan stuff is like the Nazi one, and then the actual better ones are kind of off to the side.
Hey, B, not to sound like I'm complaining, but what's the end game? Feels like we're not gaining any ground against the Destructicons.
Maybe Fowler can help us. Come in, Fowler. Gotcha.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we can win this one. Bruticus isn't doing enough damage.
Looks like he wants to play catch.
Destructicons, I have lost the master. Slipstream, find him.
First catch. Now
Go find him yourself, Galvatron. You're not doing anything.
Autobots, Fowler's been monitoring the situation. He said he might have an ace up his sleeve. I'm assuming that means he can help.
That's exactly what that means. As I've said before, we've been mixing the technologies, and we've got something that might stop Galvatron.
Sir, we require the target's position. There are no Autobots within its proximity.
Cannon is fully charged and ready on your mark.
Fire!
What? Wait, what's going on? What just happened?
What's the update?
Primus, help us. He survived.
What? That's as strong as a nuke minus the fallout. What are these guys made of?
Strong as a nuke. He would be vaporized. I don't care if he's created by Unicron. He would be vaporized.
So what do we do now?
Destroy the entrance to Unicron. Let's not give them easy access.
Fowler.
I'm on it. Soldier, fire at that hole.
When will you accept your defeat, Cybertronians? There is nothing you can do to prevent me from resurrecting Unicron. You are only delaying the inevitable. Fools! Destructicons, finish them all!
I think I found the twerp who's got Unicron.
Too slow, you slagging witch.
Why are all of you so pathetic? Your friends, this planet, your planet, this universe is pathetic. Once Unicron is revived, he will make the universe strong again by getting rid of all you losers. We'll start by destroying this planet and letting you all watch. Just thinking of the destruction makes me tingly all over.
Hey, I just got here. I barely know the place. Still, I got a couple of friends who might object to you wiping this place off the map. So all I've got to say is, stuff it in your tailpipe. You're not touching this canister.
Even though I like your wit. I'm still going to rip you apart and smile over your lifeless husk. And I'll enjoy every moment of it.
Looks like I cut her mad. Seems like I do that a lot. Focus, Rodimus. Those talons of hers are razor sharp.
Not so witty now, are we?
Actually, I was just catching my breath.
Have a taste of your own medicine, Autobot.
No, you don't.
Clear a lane, bot. RC, now!
At some point, you're going to have to face the fact. We're not giving up.
Whether you give up or not isn't... Wait a minute. A little distraction to allow your friend to escape? You are a sneaky little bot, aren't you?
Thanks, RC. I owe you one. Now I just have to...
The plumes, I know.
Ugh, scrap.
You and all your Autobot friends have been a nuisance.
I guess we're doing our job right then.
So where's Optimus? He kind of just vanished.
Can't say I didn't have that coming.
Did I mention how much I hate the particle effects here? You know, in another timeline, Cyclonus, I feel like it would be your wingman.
The canister! Can't let Dr. Doom get his hands up.
Hold it right there, Destructicon. You're not going to harm her, so put her down before I blast your head off.
Your optics are quite revealing.
Is this a reference to when Springer and RC were a thing in G1? Because I feel like they're trying to ship him here, but it does not feel built up at all.
Autobots. I bet I can cause some serious pain to you, Spark. I live to cause pain.
Okay, this is a cool shot. One of the few cool shots here.
But I'm guessing I can cause some deeper pain on you.
Leave my friends alone!
The Autobots have Slipstream surrounded.
Your destruction is at hand, Cybertronians.
I like Cyclonus' alt mode here.
Be able to flip their way out of this.
And Scourge looks pretty cool too.
Stay down, Destructicon.
I think not.
The designs here are really good, I'm not gonna lie.
This should knock them out.
So it's a shame that they're not using them to their full potential. Because I really like the designs. I don't want y'all to think like I hate everything about this. The designs are really cool.
No one makes a fool of Bruticus and gets away with it.
Especially Bruticus here. I love Bruticus' design.
The giant will not go down as easily, Cyclonus.
No, he won't. But he will go down. I can assure you of that. This chain trick is getting old.
Let's see how you react to a little dark energon.
Quickly, pull!
Well done, Scourge.
The sound of breaking metal is so soothing to my spirit. I want to hear more of it.
Step away from the Decepticon. He's with us.
I grow tired of these fools. Destructicons! Galvatron gave us an order to destroy these Cybertronians. Let us make certain that nothing is left of them.
My audio receptors can't take much more of your dribble.
Is that decapitation of are the limb components fine? I don't know. It's not decapitated, they're dismembered.
Just how are we going to beat these guys? Strength alone clearly isn't enough.
I don't know what happened with the Combaticons.
Knockout, what's the status?
It's not looking good, Ratchet. We're getting our tailpipes handed to us. I'm preparing the medical bay now.
Good. Any news from Optimus?
Yeah, where is Optimus?
Knockout, we needed that.
Even if Megatron
Bulkhead, I needed that.
will they be enough to stop the Destructicons? I mean, they attacked us here and we fought hard, but we barely managed to scratch them. I can't just stand here and watch my teammates put their sparks on the line.
Sign of a true Autobot is one who will protect others even at the cost of his own life. Let your actions follow the changing of your spark.
Open the space bridge.
Autobot base. Come in, Cybertron.
I'm here, Optimus.
Ready the space bridge. Give up the canister, Autobot. You've been beaten. Why fight any longer?
Because I'm an Autobot, and that's what we do.
Do not worry, Autobot.
Is he standing on the
Your
crane?
destruction will be quick and painless.
That crane would be... he'd be too heavy for that crane. Also, he was walking on air there.
The traitor who thinks he's an Autobot now. I despise traitors with my entire spark.
But you're not Megatron. What is this dialogue?
I despise tyrants who mistreat others. Oh, and I don't think I'm an Autobot. I know I am an Autobot.
Is this...
Master!
I've got you, Optimus. Hang on, and I'll pull you up.
Thanks for the save.
This movie's abysmal. It's very... It exists.
Significant Autobot. No, your worst nightmare. We shall see.
Please tell me it's not Megatron's voice.
It's Megatron.
He's also fighting against
Look, they're fine.
Merge to form Bruticus.
I made a script for a CinemaSins parody video. Good luck. Let me know if you need any help, because I can point out a lot of flaws on this.
Optimus?
Is that really him?
In the metal.
This ends now, Destructicons.
Oh yeah. Time for some.
He's a little more racist though now.
Your comrades could not stop us before, and you will not stop us now.
The battlefield has been tipped back in our favor, Destructicon. Defeat is not an option for us.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with the Prime.
Delaying the inevitable.
No, I'm just a slow learner.
Yes! Run, you coward!
Amusing to think that I would run away from you.
I've heard way better Megatron voices. I know he's trying to sound like G1 Megatron, but Bruticus, ironically, is the only part of the movie I genuinely like. Bruticus, his voice does not sound anything like Bruticus, for one. But his design is great, and he does feel like he's the whole centerpiece for this thing. More than Galvatron is. Like, I feel like they put that much thought into Bruticus.
I've had no reason to run from anything.
But I would write Bruticus so much better.
You no longer deal with the weakness of the Autobots. No, you deal with the champion of Chaos and leader of the Decepticons.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
I don't like that Megatron voice.
Unicron, Cybertronian.
The name is Megatron.
I've heard way better Megatron voices. Bruticus, besides the voice, is just to go to the final battle in case everyone's asked. I mean, that's Bruticus. It's hard to fight him. Plus, he has such a great design. Probably out of all the new characters, I'll be honest, all the designs in this movie are really good. I don't think I can think of any design I particularly hate. My issue with most of these designs is that they're not textured or lit well. But the designs themselves are really good. I'll give Prime Animations that. I wonder who modeled this. Because the models are really good.
No wonder you failed.
Whoa,
Seeing those two go at it is a little weird. Cool, but weird.
Well, a different manifestation of evil is still evil. We've got to find the Allspark container while everyone else is distracted.
Like looking for honesty among a group of Decepticons.
Not good.
This isn't what I signed up for! Knockout! No! Everyone, listen up. Knockout and Rodimus just went down with the building. I want everyone digging them out.
The Allspark container is somewhere under that rubble as well.
What about the Destructicons? Prime will handle that. Right now, we need to focus on search and rescue.
Looks like this fool.
Also, another issue with the models is just they don't know how to use them well. Like, the models here are great, but they don't animate them well. I would love to use these models, especially Bruticus here. Bruticus is my favorite combiner. And I'm so glad I got the Warbotron Bruticus. Dead. Now, my other problem with Bruticus, though, is that the Combaticons don't feel like the Combaticons. Like, Onslaught does not feel like Onslaught at all.
So, you're the last prize.
Learn how to animate feet.
I am. Then you will be my greatest conquest.
Conquest will end in disappointment.
Your time is over.
Destructicon, remember me?
I feel like Optimus... Like, okay, I'm glad that Bruticus is the badass here, but Optimus kind of feels like he's getting his ass kicked a lot here. Same with Megatron.
I'll hold the line here with the others while you help Megatron.
Bruticus is literally just a goat here. That's not something I thought I would say. I mean, I don't mind it, but at the same time, like, let Optimus Prime, and like, Optimus Prime just came back to life. Let him be a badass, okay?
Now you see that my might is greater than yours. Galvatron! You are no prime. And now it is
This feels like a beginner source filmmaker animation.
time to meet your demise.
Prime is mine! And mine alone to destroy.
That's out of character for Megatron here because he's already done Predacons Rising and he and Optimus made peace. What is this script?
Get up!
It's like...
Fool! Megatron, are you injured?
Ah! Let's finish the job and get this infernal team up over with!
that noise removal's not good.
Master! As long as we have you, the hope of your resurrection will live on. You're not going anywhere, Destructicon. Give up. You cannot win.
Are Galvatron and Optimus both voiced by Orbital Bacon because they sound very similar.
You may have stopped us this time, but we will not stop until our master is brought back to life.
And what makes you think I will let you live?
We are leaving this planet one way or another. It's over, Galvatron.
Is it?
knockout. Well done, Slipstream. Destructicons, we will allow them this small victory. For now.
You're not getting away from me that easily.
Megatron, no! Slipstream has knockout.
Say goodbye to this traitor. My fun is ruined now.
Hey, pal. You okay?
A little worse for wear, but... Oh, they're getting away.
By the way, the Megatron voice is the director, no joke. See, you would never see me voicing someone that I didn't think I could voice. I would have got someone who actually sounds like Megatron.
Well,
This looks like a Gary's mod.
aren't you a sight for sore optics?
It is good to see you, Autobot Knockout. The last time I saw you, I knew within my spark that you would choose a better path and become a great Autobot.
Yeah, Optimus should have had Goku off screen for most of the time, then arrive to beat. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's good to see you again, sir.
I remember hearing those same words from the same great leader.
Autobots, it pleases my spark to see each of you.
You don't.
Great to see you again, Big Bot. We thought you were gone.
Yes, Prime. How did you manage to return?
Thanks to the efforts of Ratchet, he was able to bring me back online. During my absence and being one with the Allspark,
I
was
became
able
more
to see
racist.
glimpses of the future.
What do you see?
I saw war, destruction, and pain.
Caused by me,
We do
most.
not stand to defend freedom. It is clear to
Okay, I
me
need to stop.
that Earth and Cybertron will always be linked with the threat of Galvatron and his
Fun
destruction.
fact, the small expression of Megatron involving Autobot Knockout was my suggestion, because previously he showed no expression of a traitor to the cons. Wait, were you actually a part of this? Fate Lift 1987, were you actually a part of this movie? Because, like, now that you say it, now I'm kind of curious.
We will all need to defend our homes.
We will need to make defensive preparations here, as well as on Cybertron, if your vision is correct.
Megatron. We once stood together, side by side.
Is Megatron...
I ask you to...
Because Megatron feels so out of character here. Because he, like I said, at the end of the, Predacons Rising, he said, "Oh, the Autobots!" Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just curious. But, like, at the end of Predacons Rising, Megatron, at the end of Predacons Rising, Megatron, he says, the Decepticons are finished! And then he leaves. And I'm just like, it feels like here they're trying to bring it back to where, oh, he wants the Decepticons back now. And I think that's out of character for him.
Join our cause.
If he joins Optimus Prime here, that might be within reason. If he joins Optimus Prime here now, it's like, okay, that's cool. But his little face to Knockout makes me suggest that, you know, he's mad that, you know, I had no real hatred. Everyone is out of character no matter what. I feel like Hot Rod's in character. Hot Rod's in character. It's just his dialogue's not good. But it's like he's not completely ruined. The same with RC feels okay. And Optimus Prime is just Optimus. Okay, yeah, it's orbital bacon, but at the same time, it's like if you take orbital bacon out of the equation, it's very. No, what they did. No, what others did to RC was dirty. I thought RC was okay. RC's okay. RC's not that. Like, some people are. The slut shaming, yeah. Like, with Onslaught, Onslaught's probably done the dirtiest here, honestly. Onslaught actually makes me kind of angry. But what they do. I miss what they do to RC. Because RC, like, she feels pretty in line. Unless you mean, like, she's still cynical, even though she probably shouldn't be. Also, I don't like Bulkhead's voice. And she's so objectified and sexualized. Okay, but that's not... That's, like, the reactions towards her, but, like, she still feels very much like the early seasons of the show. I only watched the first few minutes. The dialogue could have used proofreading. Said grenade 3 times in one sentence. The dialogue in this is horrendous. I don't like the dialogue in this fan film. The dialogue is honestly probably what ruins it for most people. Like, people can get past, like, cheap animation and lighting, but the what makes something good usually is the dialogue and the story. And the story and dialogue here, like, the story is there, but the dialogue it's not. The dialogue sucks. I'm be honest. The dialogue needed a lot of proofreading. I'm not saying I've always done a great job with dialogue. Dialogue can be hard to write, but this was bad. It's a fan animation. Being bad as it is fine. The story might not make sense, but the easiest step is to proofread your script. Yeah, I agree. Like, one time, like when I was doing episode 5 of Next Gen, and it's like Duncan's talking to Diana, and I forgot to proofread one of the lines, and so when we were doing the reading in a voice direction call, it came out as, "All you did was a door for you, Diana." And we were laughing for 5 minutes. Now, that stuff happens, but at the same time, the way that it's done here, it's not good.
Always the peacemaker, Prime. But I can never follow your cause. However, my hatred over you pales in comparison for my hatred towards Unicron. I will assure that foul being never rises again. But I will never join your cause, Prime. Onslaught?
Where is Starscream in this? Like, is he just somewhere else? Like, even Shockwave, it's like, Shockwave, he just went somewhere else. So you were right, Megatron is ruined. It's like, okay, why does he hate Optimus here? But yeah, the whole thing with the sexualization, Starscream isn't the sequel. Oh boy. You see, you know what I would have done differently? I would have had Starscream be the one to hire the Combaticons. To, like, do something. I don't even know what the Combaticons are doing here. Were they just going after Springer? Like, Starscream was on Darkmount getting his butt kicked by Predaking and Laura and is in limbo for the next series. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Ready your ship.
But still, that's how I would have implemented the Combaticons, is bringing Starscream back. The Decepticons, follow me!
Are we just gonna let him go?
For the moment, he is not our enemy. Cybertron and Earth.
I thought the Decepticons, see, that, like right there, that Megatron saying, Decepticons, follow me! Yeah, that piece ruined.
We must do everything we can to protect them both. Know this. We will defend against anyone who threatens our homes or threatens the lives in it. As the last of the Primes, it is my sworn destiny to defend freedom, no matter the cost.
Unless they're the freedoms of minorities. Why is that ship not destroyed after the crash? They fixed it off screen. To be continued. There's the most crazy. Okay, so let's see what we've got here, because there's a couple of things I want to look at in the credits. All right, Carlos Barantes. I'll also sit through the credits. I just learned about these people. Biggest oof is working with a chud. Oh, you mean Orbital Bacon? So I've actually almost worked with Orbital Bacon. This was years ago, back when, like, I want to say 2015. I had him. He was gonna voice Ultron in one of my projects, but he never got me my lines. And then later I found out he started doing paid work only, and that really annoyed me because he never told me. And so I had to go and find a third Ultron voice actor. And actually, I think the third one, David Neer, he was the best Ultron I had. Especially the gold names. There's a name there that has me regretting my life decisions. Oh, you're one of the backers. Okay. So now I see why you're very angry. And a reminder, see, because I've done animation myself. I close out the tab. I've done animation myself, and I did it for, like, pretty much no money. And I feel like I did a lot better job with my animation stuff. I mean, my stuff's offensive, but it's satire offensive. Based on Hasbro's Transformers Prime, produced by doing... Okay, so yeah. Alright. So he had multiple animators on this. And not one of them said, hey, maybe we can make this better. Because there's a lot of clipping in this. 1 minute of animation is 1 week of work. More if you got to make new puppets. Trust me, I've done some animation work, and like I think I've done like a 5 minute. I think I did like a 2 to 3 minute animation. It took me like a month. Jonathan Mason, lead 3 artist. Jonathan Mason did a good job with the designs, rigging. Okay, so Jonathan Mason actually did a pretty good job with the rigging and the models. I just think the animators could have done a better job. Texturing could have used some work. Voice casting, I do feel like some of the voices did not fit. And I'll go into it in a bit when they show the actual cast. Oh, he actually did get Bradley. Okay, so Bradley Frew, this is actually someone I have worked with. Bradley Frew, he voiced... So you mean to tell me... Oh, that makes me angrier. So Bradley Frew in the Next Gen movie, he voices Optimus Prime in the Next Gen movie, and he's a way better Optimus Prime voice actor than Orbital Bacon. So you mean to tell me that you had Bradley Frew on your project and you didn't make him Optimus Prime? You had Orbital Bacon as Optimus Prime. Why? Was it because he was a big name? Bradley Frew is an amazing Optimus Prime voice actor. Hold up, let me bring up Bradley's Optimus Prime voice, because this is... let's see, where's... See if I can get good, because I want to show you.
Leave us, Autobot. Autobots are parasites. To think I was one of you brings me great pain and remorse.
See, even like as Nemesis, he sounds more like... It was clear the animator wanted Bacon personally. See, that makes me angry because Bacon was not the right person for Optimus Prime here. It's Bradley. He should have gotten Bradley Frood to do the voice for Optimus Prime.
Choose your next words very carefully.
See, he sounds way more like Peter Cullen. That actually gets me kind of angry. I deleted all of his Optimus Prime voices. That makes me, because I haven't worked with Bradley in so long. I wish he would come back, but I haven't been able to get into contact with him. But he had that makes me actually angry. Orbital Bacon, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not condoning anything that Orbital Bacon has said. He is a decent voice actor. And that's me being fair, because I do have to be fair. I don't want, like, if you take away all the stupid crap he said, all the Nazi rhetoric, all the bigoted rhetoric, he is a decent voice actor. It's kind of like James Woods. James Woods is a really good voice actor, even though he has a lot of conservative views. But, like, you had Bradley Frood, and you did not have him voice Optimus Prime. That actually makes me angry. Because he is so much better at doing a Peter Cullen impression. And the only reason I can think of that he did that was because Orbital Bacon is actually a known Optimus Prime voice actor because of Johnny Flash. And that was a very terrible decision. So, Carlos, if you're watching this, shame on you for not using Bradley. That actually makes me angry. R.C. Lee, Bulkhead, Neil Witka, Bumblebee. Oh my gosh, he got Joe Goff. That's Brandon Edwards from Next Gen. Joe Goffany, he voiced Brandon Edwards in RB and the Chief Next Gen, which is my show. Optimus Prime, okay, that's Orbital Bacon. Good. That's really cool, though. I didn't know Joe was in this. Okay, so... You mean to tell me... Okay, that actually makes me angry. So not only did he have Bradley Frood, but he didn't even... Oh, that makes me angry. Because I thought that was Bradley Frood as Ultra Magnus for a second. And because it sounded like him, but no, it wasn't. Bacon had basically all the lines of half of the characters. Oh, well, no wonder he was Onslaught. He does do a good Steve Bloom impression, so that's why he did sound like Steve Bloom. Wow. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Swindle, yeah, he was Bradley Frood. Okay, so he got Bradley voicing, like, none of the characters he should be voicing. Because Bradley would have been an amazing Bruticus. Like, in Next Gen, he voiced a character called Caden, who was like a brute, and he did like a really, a big fight. And it's like, You should have voiced Bruticus. What are you thinking, Carlos? God of all Cybertron, Lance Newman. Okay. That annoys me. Of course, yeah, I knew it was Of course, he voiced Galvatron. Maximilian, he did a good job voicing Cyclonus. I'll give him that. Yeah, you just had Orbital Bacon voicing everyone. Even Chief's like, dude, that's racist. Oh man, that voice cast, that's something. That's one because like Joe Goffney, like because I love Joe. He's a very good voice actor in my opinion. Because he's done work for me. And Bradley, like that makes me sad that Bradley got shafted like that. Only like what he only did there's no shot they storyboarded their animation. I mean, okay, to be fair, I don't storyboard my animation. That's something I need to get better at. But at the same time, it's like all the storyboards are kind of in my head, and so I know what I want it to look like, but sometimes I'm like, you know what, I think I can make it better. Because I usually wing it myself, which I do need to storyboard my animation more. But I'm not good at drawing, and I don't have the money to hire an artist for storyboards. But I think they storyboarded their shots, but not the animation. That's my guess. And to be fair, because I'm the one that's doing the animation, storyboard is good for teams, not solo. Okay, good, because I do it solo, but. Yeah, I do agree. When there's teams, there absolutely needs to be a storyboard because otherwise nobody's going to be on the same page. Because I'm doing everything by myself. The only thing I'm not doing is a lot of voice acting and the soundtrack. I have to do except other than that, I have to do everything myself. And so watching this, like they had a whole team and $13,000. This should have been way better. Look at my above comment. Bacon had basically all lines, half the characters. I'm okay. Whoever Z is, he's awesome because the characters looked. No, the Galvatron one. Okay, do I need to go up? You might point it back in the chat. Yeah, it's not there. Sorry. But yeah, Z, the character artist, concept artist. You did a good job. I love the character designs in this. Those were actually like some people probably don't think the character designs don't look good. I personally think they look great, but that's just me. Like I think some people say Galvatron looks bad. I'm like, no, Galvatron looks really good. It's just the texturing's not that great. But Galvatron, he looks like Galvatron. I mean, how it looks like what I expect Galvatron to look like in Transformers Prime. See, the angriest thing that Galvatron angered me to the point I shot at my computer. Galvatron, shut the fuck up. Did they rip the models from the Combaticons from the War for Cybertron game? I think they might have based the designs off the War for Cybertron game, but the models, to me, if they were from the War for Cybertron game, they would have way better textures, but they didn't. No, those models are definitely new ones. But they likely based them off of War for Cybertron. Because I think War for Cybertron is the only time that the Combaticons have been in 3D So they are a very good base. But like Onslaught and War for Cybertron, in the Fall of Cybertron, in Fall of Cybertron, like Onslaught, he doesn't have the cannons on his back. You thought it was a direct import? No, it's not a direct import. The Combaticons... Okay, so Combaticons and Fall of Cybertron... now, Brawl looks definitely similar, but the Combaticons in Fall of Cybertron, they are a lot different designs. Because Onslaught doesn't have his cannons in Fall of Cybertron. But in this, he looks like a combination of G1 Onslaught and the Fall of Cybertron. But this looks like the Fall of Cybertron Combaticons if they had Earth modes. And I actually really like the Combaticon designs in this. Even like if you can't tell, like I'm going to show you like Bruticus's design in like see look how different Bruticus looks in Fall of Cybertron here. That looks nothing like what we saw in the film. His eyes are too small. And then the Combaticons, like Onslaught. This is Onslaught and Fall of Cybertron. See, he's missing the back cannons, or they're way too small. And Blastoff looks different, too. Yeah, see, Blastoff looks way different in Fall of Cybertron. So they're not the ripped models. They're definitely... They just look... They're just really good models. I don't know what else to say. No, I think with the style though against the Prime style, I just assumed. To be fair, the Combaticons have very unique designs, and I do think they're like. I'm gonna go back to Onslaught here. Onslaught's head model, Onslaught's head sculpt is definitely similar. I don't want to go back because I don't want to lose my place here, but. Onslaught's head sculpt here. It's definitely the same style. But I think they wanted to mix the Prime style with the Fall of Cybertron style. So I think they tried to do a blend of the two. And personally, I think it worked. But that's just my opinion. But the Combaticon models, like, because I'm gonna bring up Swindle here. Swindle definitely is different. Because in Fall of Cybertron, he has a purple visor, but in this movie, Swindle has red goggles. He doesn't have a visor like here. And they also have the Prime faces too, which that should tell you that these are not ripped models because they don't actually have. Some of them don't have, like Brawl, for instance. Brawl earlier in Galvatron's Revenge, he doesn't have his mask, but like in Fall of Cybertron and War for Cybertron, Brawl always has his face. He never takes it away. So they absolutely did make new models for the Combaticons for this thing. I take it from someone who's actually worked with the Combaticon models in like Source Filmmaker and Blender. I do think that is something we should be fair. Because here's the thing, like when it comes to criticizing things like this, I do feel like we do need to be fair about how we criticize it and not just say, oh well, he got a bigot, so that makes the movie bad. No, we should definitely criticize him for how he handled that whole situation. But at the same time, we also should be fair about how we're criticizing, the art. And I do feel like there is definitely a lot to talk about when it comes, especially with the animation and the lighting, which I want to know who did the lighting and the sound design. Okay, so all of this stuff, everyone who did this stuff, they did not do a good job. And I'm going to be brutally honest. Whoever did the sound, they did not know how to they did not know how to do the sound. And the soundtrack, like the way they put in the soundtrack, the soundtrack, there were times where it just cut off at the most abrupt moments, and they did not know how to use the music. And as for the visual effects, the visual effects, audio balancing is my passion. The balancing wasn't the problem. It was how they put it into their editing timeline. Like you could hear some of the sounds from the original show because they took it right from clips from Transformers Prime. It's gonna be mainly negative, yeah, I figured. But every time I see something I like, I'll take sins off. I hope you at least take sins off for the designs, because the designs are genuinely good, and I do think that they are held back by really bad lighting and really bad texturing. The texturing is horrible. There's only like a couple of characters who have really good texturing. Hot Rod's not one of them. Hot Rod has probably the worst texturing of all the Transformers in this, because he looks like they just finished sculpting him. And the visual effects, horrible visual effects. These visual effects were horrible. Like, if they were ripping effects and music, I'm sure there are raw files ripped on pirate sites. Well, for like the sound effects, I think they took them from like actual Transformers Prime clips, because I could hear like the music from Transformers Prime in some of the clips for the sounds. As for the and the music. Oh, so you're saying you do think there are raw files ripped on pirate sites? Even then, like, it's not that hard to find good sound effects for like robots. You don't even need to use the original sound effects. Just make your own. Like, make Foley sound effects. You could probably, there's literally a website called freesound.org, and that's where I get a lot of my sound effects from. And like I said, the visual effects here were the visual effects. No, I mean, they should have found the effects. A lot of the sounds from Prime are generic. Yeah. But I think they wanted the most accurate ones they could, and that was the only way they knew how. Because it's like, when you type in metal sound effects, you're going to get, like, millions. Resound is based... I said free sound, not resound. Freesound.org, it's a website. But no, I mean, they should have found the effects. A lot of... now, as for the visual effects... the visual effects, that was another thing I did not like about this, is that so with the VFX, and when I say VFX, what I mean is there were times when they did explosions, and these were horrible explosions. Like, they Freesound is a good website. Used it in my college audio class. Yeah, it's very useful. But like the visual effects, like when someone gets sent through a building, they just put a puff of smoke, like green screen effect there, and I'm just like, really? You could, like, because they're using Blender here, and I have Blender 4.1 on my computer. Motion blur making me nauseous in the intro. The motion blur sucked. There's a bunch of things I want to talk about, but I want to focus on visual effects. The visual effects were like whenever there was an explosion in here, they would use like a green screen, like, you know, those green screen. This is the stuff they used. This is the kind of stuff they used. That's what they used whenever there was like an explosion. That's what it felt like they were using. And it was very, very obvious. And I don't like that they did that. So I think that the visual effects team was very lazy there, because Blender has a built-in particle system that lets you do explosions. Heck, there are tons of files online where you can get an explosion from. There's no reason you need to do a green screen effect. So I do think the visual effects team was very lazy. Now, motion blur. Motion blur was definitely a problem here, because it felt like, because the way the camera was, the way it was shot, the most textured, best model in the movie, flashback, Megatron. Yeah, you said that twice. How's it going? Because it's textured. Like, it actually looked like the screen used one. The editing was not very good. Let's just be honest. The editing is not good at all. There were some cool editing scenes, but the editing, for the most part, was not very well done. I would say, like, there were some times, like where scenes would transition, and shot composition seemed random instead of directing a shot. Yeah, it's the shot composition. Like, there were times where I'm just like, really, this the shot you're gonna cut to? That's a weird shot, but okay. Not every shot was terrible, but it's like there were times where it's just like, this seems very amateurish. And yeah, okay, this is an amateur fan film. This is an amateur animation. But I'm an amateur animator, and I'm just going to go right back to my stuff, because I want to show you how I, an amateur animator, animate stuff.
I saw what happened at the OMN.
Look how I'm animating this.
I was hoping my theory was wrong, but it turns out I was right, as usual.
I think, like, look at this scene. This is one, like, this is me animating a giant robot.
Targeting systems engaged. Overkill mode authorized. Targets identified: Duncan Adam Douglas and Nicholas Ontario Martin.
Son of a Protestant hole. You remember me from Ontario?
Get down! Fuck it!
And the reason, like, I didn't animate this completely because a lot of it is taking place in Gary's mod, which is has its own kind of animation style, but it was mostly me mimicking the animation style of Gary's mod, and so that's actually kind of harder to do. But did you see, like, the kind of animation I was doing there? Like, just look at the Goliath is arguably harder to animate than any Transformer because of these freaking horse links. And still, I somehow managed to make it look good, and I don't know how I did.
Get down! Fuck it!
And because I'm kind of a perfectionist. Holy heck, you were using the rule of thirds. Isn't that like a basic filmmaking rule? But it's like a sweeping shot from left to right to direct the movement. Yeah. And it's like here's the thing. I never took film school. I never took animation courses. Most of this is just me doing like a literal. I'll even show you the one shot I did, which was probably the most insane. This was all me, like, doing a crash course in animation.
Get their attention and draw their fire. Autumn, take out any
I'll just show y'all this scene right here.
Don't worry about
I did this one-shot scene in a second.
and kick his ass.
And this was my amateur animation.
Sniper, get the cover.
Shit, back removal squad. Take him out. Let's go!
And with episode 13 that I'm still working on, it's going to be way better than this. Because I've learned a lot more techniques.
Got it. Come on, Chief.
We are guys who can teach Brainiac lesson.
And again, the context here is that this is all in Gary's mind. That's why the animation's not like everyone's moving like an actual person, because they're not. It's all in a video game. I was mimicking the animation of the video game. But this was an incredibly difficult scene to do. And the best part, there's no motion blur. And so I do feel like that's just me flexing my good I get because I am told I'm a good animator. I don't want to be too prideful about my animation skills, but I do feel, and I did all the you know what I actually did when I did that scene? A lot of those sound effects are actually ripped straight from like the Halo games and the Half-Life games, so that I could mimic the sort of the sounds of Gary's mod, so that it would feel like if you were to go into that map, which is RP Industrial V1, it'd be like, oh wow, I actually stepped into the actual episode. So, because I'm very much a guy that wants to try to be as precise as possible, which I'm not always, but it's very animating's hard, and that's in Source Filmmaker, which they have a lot more they can do. I do 2D animation. I use motion blur for in-betweens, but for 3D, I imagine you would only want to use motion blur for action and not a whole shot. It very much depends on what you're going for. Personally, I think it also depends on the frame rate. If it's a very low frame rate, then I would say maybe use motion blur, but most of the time motion blur is going to disorient you, and you should use it as sparingly as possible and only for certain shots. Like zooming in, I would say you should probably use motion blur to some extent. And like for like another episode I did with Speed Zone in it. Let me go to my channel here.
Might have been.
Let's just go to Flash Fact here. So there's a character in here. I don't know if y'all watch my show. Probably not. But there's a character here named Speed Zone. And he has this thing called a speed hack because they're playing on Halo. And for that, I used a motion blur to simulate his speeds. Let me go back here a bit.
Son of a bitch!
Like, see, when he was moving there, he has a motion blur. I'll try to... He moves very fast, though. See? Motion blur right here. Now, when the motion blur is not there when he's not moving, but when he is moving, the motion blur is there to simulate the speed hack. But yeah, definitely. But for like a whole shot, I would not recommend it. It very much depends on things. See, when I'm doing my animation stuff, I want everyone to see each movement. I want them to. with like a paying shot like in a movie, that last 5 to 7 seconds makes me want to throw up. Yes, and that's why when it comes to 3D animation, you want to be very sparing. And this is just my personal opinion as someone who's done some 3D animation. How's Megatron and Prime fighting Galvatron? Kind of boring, I'm gonna be honest. I thought Bruticus versus everyone was better. Absolute dog water. But yeah, right now I'm just going over like animation and why with motion blur, because I don't like using motion blur. I'm gonna be honest, I hate motion blur. The only time you'll see me using motion blur is for very select shots where I feel like it's absolutely necessary to enhance something. But for the most part, I want people to be able to see every movement. Mashing toys together animation. And see, that's the funny part. Because literally my show R Being Achieve is about toys who are playing video games, and even that has better fight scenes in it. Like, I'm gonna show you because I wanna now you wanna see action figures fighting each other. Because that's literally what I did.
What did you do? Well, maybe I'm in the mood for some porn. Get out of my way, Chief.
No, you.
I'm going to count to 3.
This is
1, 2. Ow. Get off of me.
No.
So that's how you wanna play this up?
Son of a bitch.
Thug. What the hell has gotten into you?
You're not touching my goddamn pornos, you fucking queef face.
Wanna bet, motherfucker?
Fun. Goddamn motherfucker. Ow. Son of a cup.
And y'all were talking about Kazram Under, they are fighting over porn. Well, Arbiter's trying to see what's on Chief's laptop, and Chief's like, no, don't touch my porn. If y'all like South Park humor, y'all should definitely check out R Being the Chief. But if y'all get like offended over like the use of some slurs, because Chief does use slurs because he's like a satire of toxic fanboyism, I would avoid it. But it's I do like y'all were talking about mashing toys together animation, and I'm just like, hey, look, I did that better than they did. But man, the animation in this, like, there's it feels very it's very stiff and not very fluid, and so it's kind of, and it's also the shot. There's just so much weird in how they handle the animation here. Like, let's see, did they talk about who did the lighting for the shots? Okay, so that's something I want to talk about is the lighting, because in a lot of these shots, the lighting. Oh, I need to talk about the bloom. The bloom, and I don't know how many people know what bloom is here, but bloom. All action comes from the hips and then travels to the body. But bloom is like when it's like when there's like a glow. Like, see, I'm gonna use this as an example. See the glow around the light here? That's what bloom is. And this, and in the Transformers Prime, there is not a ton of bloom in the original show. There is not a lot of bloom. But in this one, it's like I'm watching a freaking J.J. Abrams production. Let's see this gold thing, and then we'll talk about the bloom, because I want to actually show the bloom and what my problem is with it. All right, what am I looking for here? Oh no, they got Diamond Bolt. Boom is also a mechanic in Reach that was meant for you to avoid holding the trigger down. Need less background work if it's all an ethereal glow, I guess. Even then, it makes everything look worse. So what am I looking for here, Fate Lift? Am I looking for your name here? Remember when Diamond Bolt was a Transformer channel? Yep, I do remember that. Howard Leon too. I'm guessing all these people donated like 1,000 or more to the thing or something. Or like 100, maybe $100. This makes me sad. Okay, let's see the bloom right here. This should not be as prevalent because the lighting is already going to be there if you're using cycles. Is that Shockwave? Decent Bruticus design. Oh, Shockwave. Hey, there you are, Shockwave. And where's Starscream? Okay, so no Starscream. Okay, at least we know where Shockwave was, but I guess Starscream is still getting his ass kicked on Dark Mount. Okay, let's look at a scene with a lot of bloom. See, like this is blinding me. I can't see any of the texture work. And I think that's a large reason why I don't like the texturing is because I can't see the texturing. Because this bloom is getting in the way of seeing the textures. And in Transformers Prime, let's look up a Transformers Prime because I want to compare. Let's just look at the first episode. And no, this is okay. Like, see, there's bloom here, but there's not an ungodly amount in the background. The bloom isn't annoying because it makes all the colors fit. Did you ever see the gold credits yet? I was just there and I asked you, what do you want me to see? But yeah, I did see the gold credits, and I do think that gold text on a gold background, Optimus in the Canyon, is comparable. Like, let's look at this shot compared to... let's look at this shot compared to like this shot. One looks like a source filmmaker animation because the lighting is very flat and there's no dynamic shadows or anything, and everyone's too shiny. And in here, you see she actually has weathering. Actually, yeah, let's look at RC here. I want to compare RC.
Before I blast your head off.
You're all...
Like, okay, I get like...
Autobots are.
There's...
Like, see, it looks very plasticky, but here it looks more metal. Like, look at her face. There's the lighting on it just is not that good. It looks like a PlayStation thing. And we go back to the cold credits. First page, last name. Tristan Corey, is that you? How much did you pay to get a gold name? How much did you pay? What was it? What was this for? Is this like people who paid more than 100? Come on, tell me. I want to know how much was it. The minimum is okay. 50. Okay, that's more reasonable. I was gonna be like, it better not be 100. We hope you all enjoyed the effort we put into this film. For the Transformers fan community, comments are turned off. I kind of feel bad for him, but at the same time, it's like you should have known this wasn't going to be received well. They needed, and now I understand why we have focus groups. The 50 is so I can get a Blu-ray. Yeah, that is pretty cowardly to turn off the comments. Like, I can get why he's probably tired of all the hate he's getting, but at the same time, he should have, like, he needs to. I do kind of feel bad for him because this was a passion project, and I do genuinely believe he wanted to make something good. But this needed a lot of work. Like, I do think the models look spectacular. Like to dislike is almost 50-50. I'll have to take your word for it because I don't have my extension on, and because I think there was like an issue with it. You could have at least the project is too far along to replace him, but nope, he doubled down and said Bacon wasn't that bad. I'm gonna sympathize with him because it's like it's easy to be blinded by someone you've worked with for a while and not want to believe that, you know, they're a bad person. But Bacon then he also, I think, have a comment that said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna disown everything he said," but yeah, it's like, and I get it. You can't really change it because of the you can't really change Orbital Bacon because, you know, lip syncing can be pretty hard to do and animate. But because I think of all the characters Orbital Bacon played, he had to. I don't know. I think he just thought he was defending his friend, which, you know, I can sympathize there because there were, like, I've had to deal with that stuff too. I was blinded by the hype, and as a result, I am disgusted by the review and reaction I did for the live stream version. It's certainly a production that exists. You know, I also realized another thing why I think that these backgrounds are just lame. There's nothing in the background. You can tell it's in a void. Like, there's no like hills or anything in the background. Fan animations are scuffed and our projects a passion. I've seen worse. The more money and drama around it makes it worse, though. Yeah, like fan animations, they can be rough. But in this case, it's very much like, I'm going to bring up, you know what I could have done? You know what I could have done with $13,000? I would love to have $13,000. I could make something amazing with $13,000. I would actually know where to put the money for that. This feels like he got so much money he did not know what to do with it. And so he put it into things that are pretty much useless. Like, where did the money go for this? Because Blender is a free animation software. Did he pay to animators like something an hour, or did they all do it for free? And if that's the case, where'd all the money go? Did they go into equipment? Because the equipment's not going to help if everything still looks like crap. So, and this is like this model back here for the I've seen him like, because he didn't even bother animating this, because this model back here is probably from Sketchfab. You know, it needs to be said right now, we owe Rid 15 an apology. No, we owe Transformers Energon an apology. Now, I don't think the story here is as tone deaf as Spider-Man Lotus, because a lot of people are comparing this to Spider-Man Lotus because of Orbital Bacon. And Spider-Man Lotus because it's essentially just it's Spider-Man trauma dumping his girlfriend's death on a kid with cancer. So it's like, dude, do you realize like what you're doing there? And here, you know, you can tell they're trying to do something genuinely heartfelt, and I do feel the passion behind the project. I just don't feel the effort. I'm sure a lot of effort went into this, but like a lot of it feels really lazy, and that's where I take issue with it. It feels like they looked at it and said, "Oh, this is good enough." See, me, I'm always criticizing my work. That's like a large part of the reason why episode 13 probably hasn't come out yet, is because I look at my animations, I'm just like, this needs to be tweaked a little, and Source Filmmaker likes to crash every 5 minutes. Like this is just lazy, very lazy texture work. And don't even get me started on this. $13,000, and the best you could do.
He downloaded his objectives
here,
as well as and what we need to do in order to avenge him. You are
the PNG here has to be. This is what you do when you run out of budget, and you had $13,000. I could have done a better job. Oh my gosh. They ruined it the moment they spoiled Optimus Prime returning within the first 10 minutes, and then that is ruined because you repeated the Rid 15 mistake. At least Optimus does something here. In Rid, he's kind of useless, but he's kind of useless here too, because they need Bruticus to beat everyone up. This Megatron model looks decent, I guess, but you can tell the weathering was another texture they probably found somewhere else. He's more useless here than Rid 15. See, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I have not watched Rid 15. I've seen like reviews of it, and Optimus seems pretty useless in Rid 15, but that's based on nothing.
Target. We must do everything we can to protect them both. No.
Yeah, there's like no fluid movements. You know, this would have looked better if you just made shots and had basically a PowerPoint. This is literally a PowerPoint. You know what I would have done is I would have had Galvatron walk up to each of them and remind them who they are. The shots are, when they are not moving, looks better. That's kind of sad. Especially because Rid 15 builds up a complete rebirth over the course of the first season while muddled in the pilot. But again, like $18,000, and the best you can do is a freaking PowerPoint slide. That's kind of hilarious. Again, I'm gonna reiterate. Like, where'd the budget go? I'm legitimately curious where the budget for this went. Because I already can tell you what I would have done with the budget. I would have hired actual, like, animators to help me do this. Because I think it was much superior compared to religious Ratchet whining about Optimus and wanting him back. Oh, that was weird. Like, why, Ratchet? Like, there was really... What was the reason they wanted to bring back Optimus Prime? Because he wants to bring him back. Let me go back, because I don't even remember what their reason was. Let me go back to this scene, because this is where they talk about it.
Any luck, Doctor?
No, unfortunately not.
Do you really think that what we're trying to do is even possible?
The power of Primus is rooted in both science and mysticism as well. There's got to be a way. I believe the Covenant of Primus will give us the answer.
Okay, so yeah, he just wants Optimus Prime back. Pizza delivery. This is... It's... You know what would have been better? It's like if he is actually trying to get Optimus Prime back, and then it's like... But he realizes, oh no, we can't, because he made a sacrifice so that the rest of us could survive. And then he has to sort of cope with the loss and find a way to honor Optimus's memory. That would have been way more powerful than just bringing Optimus Prime back. I love exposition without it being natural. In my show, like, when, because actually I do kind of do natural exposition, because he's kind of, because Lockdown was telling the hacker removal squad, oh yeah, Brainiac's gonna do this because of this, and it's information they don't know about. So, but Chief is like, oh, for fuck's sake, not more exposition. Hold up, let me bring it up. I hate bringing up my stuff, but I wanna bring up how I did exposition in my show.
Sooner or later, but right now we don't have the time. We have a problem.
What kinds of problems?
Brainiac is planning on sending Deathlock and his Death Squad to attack a brand new OMN surveillance hub in 7 hours as retaliation for Speed Zone's demise.
For fuck's sake, not more exposition.
See, very quick to the point. And, you know, then they ask him questions and...
Thanks so much for the assistance when we cornered him, you twat.
My ability to help you is limited, lest I gain Brainiac's attention that I've double-crossed him. It's a good trade-off considering he has an agent still working on the inside of the OMN administration. He knows that Jay Harrington will be there when Deathlock and his squad attack it.
Writing. It's hard. And I think that was like the third version of my scripts. And, like, even now, looking back at a lot of my scripts, I see issues with it. But at the same time, it's one thing of B trying to be a leader on his own, and then Optimus comes in clutch. And then they fight for 10 minutes. It's another to bring him back on purpose. You know what I just noticed? Didn't Optimus make Bumblebee the leader, and then all of a sudden Ultra Magnus is the leader for some reason? Then they fight for 10 minutes. Like, a lot of fighting here just felt like fighting for the sake of fighting, and I'm not a fan of that. Good point. Actually, wait. No, he was promoted to warrior. Okay. See, I thought he was promoted to leader because he was leading his own team in Rid 15, which I only watched a little bit of it, now that I remember. I didn't watch it all the way through. Magnus is still considered leader. Yeah, that makes sense because he's Optimus' second in command. Okay, so they did get that right. But, yeah, like a lot of fighting in this, it just... it went on for a while, and it wasn't very. It's just them chasing and shooting at each other. I mean, I'm guilty of this, but the way the channel released their clips was to build up hype to get more donations, so they had to put it in somehow. In Red 15, B is promoted again to lieutenant. Okay. See, I have not watched all of Red 15. I just... You know what that looks like to me? It's the Peter Griffin death pose. That's how it looks like when he fell. It's the Peter Griffin death pose. You know what I don't like about the like whenever they land on something in this episode, no bounce, just flop. Even I added like, oh, I hate coming back to my stuff because I want to show how I did physics animations without any knowledge of how to animate. Like, it's not that hard to do a bounce animation. Okay, where am I here? Like when I animated this.
Seriously though, why are we down here? As far as I can tell.
Like, did you see how that guy who got crushed by the door did like a tiny little bounce? It's actually kind of fun to do the physics. I don't know why they didn't do it. And there's another one after this. Like, that was a pretty good ragdoll effect, this guy right here. Let me go back so y'all can see it again. So, this guy gets shot in the head. And he falls back and then falls forward. See, that's how you do physics. That door has me dying. Yeah, ripple and leg goes up, natural. See, that wasn't even the first lesson I learned. It was just me saying, okay, how do I make this look good? And I'm like, okay, have it to where the legs fall and then, this guy is sliding down. And I try to make it move with the steps. And then I found out later, it's much easier just to have, like, I think this guy right here is about to get axed. You don't have to show them falling the whole time. And then here, he's just like Peter Griffin death pose. and that's the issue. A lot of the stuff in this, that's another issue I wanted to point on with animation. There doesn't feel like there's any physics in this. Like, I think there was a running thing over here where the Combaticons are running, and it looks like there's no weight in their footsteps at all.
The others.
Even if it takes off. This works.
Combaticons, do not
See, it looks like they're floating. There's no actual...
let them escape.
It doesn't feel like there's any actual weight in their movements. Oh, I haven't mentioned Starscream yet. God, that arc is something else. Molasses Dirt, my favorite. Essentially, generally, the cons are worth watching in Red 15, especially Steeljaw. Doesn't the Fallen show up in Red 15? But wow, this was... Yeah, there's like no weight in any of their footsteps.
He's walking very far from us.
Autobots will go down just...
And I'm gonna because I'm gonna keep showing my stuff because I want to just flex for a bit. Like, I'm not gonna say I did a great job with my walking animations in this episode, like, because I think this is one where I genuinely did like a kind of a walking animation here. And then there was another one over here.
Failed, Arbiter.
That was, I think, the first time I ever actually did a walking animation. A Screw to Fall and they butchered him. That I do hate the show for. Like, see, this is a very rudimentary, because I did not know how to do a walking animation yet, so I was kind of just winging it.
The way I see it, we can still kill you
And this is
right
me
now.
doing crash course into animation. It looks better when you can't see his feet.
Before you do that, there is something that I wanted to show off.
There was another thing I did is for a thing called RB Retold 2. I did an animation for that. No, RB Retold 3. Yeah, I did a little animation here. And actually animated General Grievous here. See, I animated that.
It is no news, Storm. There is no defeating my army of deadly lesbian space robots from outer space.
And yeah, the dialogue is supposed to be that bad on purpose because Chief wrote it and he's an idiot. But I'm very happy with how this animation came out. Yeah, I know this is on Derelict's channel, but he'll back it up that I did this animation. But I'm especially happy with what happens later in this. Because I did almost exactly like George Lucas did.
There is no match for the power of the Chief Mobile.
Yeah, just be killer space robots from outer space. Yeah. So the context there is that it's Chief's own fantasy, and he's not very smart. So he's kind of just making himself look good while everyone else looks bad. A Starscream, when that music kicks in, shit gets good. I also heard Soundwave shows up in Red 15 too, and I think he gets like a new form. Second walking animation looked better. You were learning. Yeah, using Source Filmmaker has definitely been an animation kind of trying to for episode 13. I don't want to spoil it for my own viewers, but I did animate another giant robot. And this one has more weight in its footsteps. Starscream is better than Soundwave in the show. No, Soundwave is one of my favorite Decepticons. By the way, that was me doing General Grievous's voice there. And Soundwave's, I also did Soundwave's voice. I've done some voice work for, I don't know if y'all have ever heard of 666 SFM. You were learning in SFM. Geez, with that program and all its jank, you are set for any program. Oh, really? Okay, so that makes me feel better. I hate using Source Filmmaker. The memory limit on it is trash. I switched over to I've been learning Blender, and I'm very excited to start using that for more projects. One of the projects I actually did want to work on is a fan film of my own with Batman and Spider-Man. The new Soundwave model, by the way, the old one, well, that was genuinely a good episode. What are you talking about? From the Transformers Prime Soundwave or the Rid Soundwave? Which I don't hate the new Soundwave. If you're talking about the second like Soundwave model from Rid, which I think it's supposed to look more like I think it's supposed to look more like yeah, that's supposed to definitely look more like his okay, let me bring this over here. So you got this Soundwave here, the Prime one, which is definitely a peak design. And then I think for this one, they were trying to make him look more like the G1 counterpart, but it's okay. It's not the worst Soundwave design. I honestly don't like I don't like this Soundwave look. I don't like this Soundwave. I hate this Soundwave look. It's trash. I mean, it looks good if it's anything, but it's not a good Soundwave design. Even this is a better Soundwave design because, like, he looks like more like Soundwave. But like this looks like a random Decepticon. I hate the Soundwave design. I hate the head mostly. The body's okay. The head I don't like. The Prime version I believe is more powerful. Look up Red 15 Screamer. Oh, is that the one that's based off of the G1 Starscream? I actually like this design. This is pretty dope. I like it. I like it. It's okay. It's based off the G1 design. It's not exactly the. I don't mind it because it does look like the G1. It plays off the G1 look more, while Soundwave, the issue with Soundwave I think is that it doesn't fit his personality. But Starscream, he's always been like this. So you need to. Oh, you want me? Okay, Starscream. Let's look it up. I'm guessing this is it. Let's just take a look at it.
They're coming back. They might need help.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I do believe we hit the mother lode.
It's mine! Here, mine!
No, it'd be mine! You want an up-close look? I'm happy to give it to you.
Yeah, see, this has way better shot composition and animation. Even though the frame rate's not like 60 FPS, it works.
Those little ingrates.
Oh, please. There would be plenty of time for bowing and scraping. Now, where are my mini-cons?
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's I also really like Steve Blum's Starscream. I think Steve Blum has one of the best Starscream voices. Definitely one of the best Starscream personalities. You can just, it just oozes Starscream's treacherous nature. Starscream's one of my favorite Decepticons. Do I have to say, if I had to pick my favorite Decepticon, it's definitely Soundwave. And either that or Shockwave. I also like Shockwave. If they get Steve Blum back, yeah. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't have. Oh, did you ever watch or try watching Earthspark? I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I never actually watched it. Like, if you were to ask me what happens in Earthspark, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like, sometimes I get, you know what? I actually get both Earthspark and Cyberverse confused sometimes. Which one is Earthspark? Is that the 3D one? Because I get Cyber. Okay, yeah, that's the one that came after. Okay, yeah, Cyberverse was the other one. Let's look at Earthspark Starscream. It's okay. I like the red one better, but it's not terrible. But why does he have a soul patch? Starscream is a soul patch. See, the last, I think, Transformers show that I really, really like, the latest Transformers show that I really watched is Transformers Prime. After that, I think I watched a little bit of Red 2015, and then it's like I couldn't get into it. They also have him voiced by Steve Blum? Huh. Didn't Jason Marnocha voice Megatron in one of these? I'm trying to... Because I actually worked with Jason Marnocha before. He actually voiced Megatron for me before he started voicing him in Combiner Wars. I couldn't remember if he was the one who voiced him in Earthspark or not. Okay, just the War for Cybertron trilogy and Prime Wars? I couldn't remember. Yeah, he went on to become a big voice actor. Oh, he was in Cyberpunk Edge Runners. That's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, he's a very good Megatron voice actor. There's mine right there. Anyway, back to this piece of crap.
Brawl.
I don't like Brawl's voice here. No, you know what the peak Brawl voice is? No, he's not even Brawl. It's Onslaught. You know what the peak Onslaught voice is? Let's go to Starscream's Brigade. The peak Onslaught voice. Vortex is probably my favorite voice in the entire movie. No, Vortex isn't bad, but Onslaught's voice in G1 is the best one, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. This is my favorite Transformers episode. And favorite Combiner team.
Who are you? And what are we doing in these crude carcasses?
See, that's the best Onslaught voice, and I'm not gonna take anything less. This is less.
Vortex, press forward.
Night and day. Megatron and Earthspark voiced by Rory McCann. Okay, I don't know who that is.
With pleasure.
That's a good Vortex voice. You can tell the actor's having fun with it.
Come out and fight, you coward!
By my brawl, you're gonna pop an energon gasket with that temper of yours.
See the Vortex voice act. I want to know who voices Vortex in this. Because I might get him to voice Vortex on mine. Maximilian Velasco. Yeah, he's the best voice actor in this, if I remember correctly. I thought he was... I can't believe that Joe Goffney voiced in this. That's crazy, because he voices Brandon in my show. Which makes sense. He does do a good Bumblebee. I'm still angry that Bradley was relegated to Soldier 2 and Swindle, because that's just a waste of his talent. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna show you Bradley as my Optimus, because that just makes me angry that I did him better in my crappy movie. What did I think of Transformers 1 voice acting? I thought actually really liked the Transformers. I like Transformers 1. And yeah, this is my crappy movie. The first thing I ever did on this channel.
I'm out. Bye.
Voltron must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Oh, the lighting is horrible. But that's Bradley as Optimus Prime right there. What did you think of Transformers 1 voice acting? I actually like Chris Hemsworth as Optimus. I thought it wasn't, but I did like it. Brian Tyree Henry absolutely blew me away. Oh, I want to kill him. He was definitely a standout role for him. You know what he reminded me of was Kratos, which I think is which is perfect for Megatron. I thought Scarlett Johansson did decent as Alita 1. The only character I did not like Shockwave's voice. I didn't like Shockwave's voice, and but that's not the actor's fault. That's the fault of the writing. That was the only issue I had with Transformers 1 was Shockwave. I thought Shockwave did not feel like Shockwave at all. Didn't like it's not Key and Michael Key's fault, but Bumblebee in the movie was annoying. I thought the whole Betasatron thing was like, I can see why Megatron's going to tear out this guy's voice box. John Hamm being Sentinel and just being a Homelander reference is golden. Sentinel can't catch a break. But yeah, he did have You Are the Real Heroes. I am still just so mad that Bradley got shafted like that. That's he was Rodimus too. He's a really good voice actor. This Maximilian. Let me look this guy up. Maximilian Velasco. Does he have like a YouTube or something that I can? I want to know. I want to reach out to this guy. Because he did a really good job. Like, is this him? I don't think so. I have to look this guy up because it's like I want to actually reach out to this guy because he's a really good voice actor. Does anyone know how I could reach out to this guy or something? Because I would love to. And Swindle is Bradley, of course. I do think that Bruticus was miscast, but, that's not the actor's fault. It's the voice director's fault. I can't believe he made himself Megatron. I've actually had someone, audition for my stuff, and he sounded exactly like Megatron. Oh my gosh. Actually, let me bring it up on my, I think it's under my casting call club. Because, oh my gosh, this was... Okay, manage projects. here. I can't remember who it was. Okay, yeah, Ryan. Megatron, where... There it is, okay. Let me bring it up here. Because I want y'all to hear this real quick before I forget. Okay, Ryan. Oh no, he deleted his stuff. But he did a really, this other guy he did a really good,
You still fight for the weak. That's why you lose. Wave, I order you to follow my command. Such heroic nonsense.
that David K impression.
Soundwave, I order you to follow my command. You still fight for the weak. That's why you lose.
That David K impression. Oh my gosh. Anyway, is there anything else I could talk about here? I do think this was pretty impressive, and there's that crappy visual effects. Again, I hate the visual effects in this. Could have animated some of the textures.
And I will spit.
You said it was in a black void, right? I don't think it's supposed to be a black void. I think it's supposed to be like they're in a cave, because you can see something off to the side here. But yeah, the textures, they look very much like Source Filmmaker, and it's not very good. So is there anything else I need to address here? The Megatron model and the flashback is just peak. It's got weathering, shadows, lighting. It's perfect. I don't even remember where that was in this, but there it is.
Put together by Megatron.
I remember those Gianos. They got lucky if you ask me, but
How did they get this to look so good, but like everything else looks just, it's the lighting. The lighting is what makes it look good. But also, yeah, definitely the texturing. It's the only one that has any actual weathering. And that scrap-beating grin.
definitely looking forward to some.
That looks so good. Like, I won't lie. Like, this looks like it could actually be a part of the actual Transformers Prime thing, but it's like the only thing. Like, switch it to any other thing else, the lighting here sucks. And it looks like plastic. Yeah, see, like, there's no texturing on any of this. And what little texture there is, it's just like metal scratches, but not like a metal texture. Because metal does have its like own texture. People think it's like a smooth surface, but no, metal does have its own texture.
The Covenant of Primus showed me the way.
Optimus Prime, I have brought you back because you embody.
So Primus can just bring back anyone. This was so. Let's see. What are we gonna give this out of this? What do we give this out of 10? Yeah, I don't like Primus's lines in this. They're dumb. That's not how I would write Primus. If I wish I had this kind of budget. 1 out of 10. I wouldn't say it's that bad. I would give. Now I do think that it's definitely bad in the sense that they essentially wasted what, $13,000, and they're not even done with this. They have more stories to tell. Shockwave here looks okay. He's got actual texture. Shockwave looks okay. Which honestly, it's hard to screw up Shockwave. It'd be 0 out of 10 if it weren't for the good designs, the flashbacks, and Bruticus being a Chad. I'm gonna be fair. This does have its moments. They're very few and far between. This feels longer than it actually is. But I'm gonna give this one I'm gonna be fair and give this a 2. I'm gonna give it a 2. And that's only because I like the designs. I thought some of the voice actors were good. But it loses a lot of points because it miscast Bradley and put Orbital Bacon as Optimus Prime when Bradley's clearly superior. I wish, you know what also makes me angry is that he doesn't put any of their socials down here. Like I want to reach out. You feel generous, 6 out of 10? I wouldn't say that. It's not above average. It's at least below average. It's at least at most, I would say it's a 4. And that's if I'm feeling generous. But because they, A, miscast Bradley, 2, the whole thing with Orbital Bacon, 3, the animations are just, they're not good. The sound design sucks. Honestly, I would put it 2-10 were it not for me watching this twice in a row for Discord people. This was... You know what I think the most disappointing part about this is? It's the potential. There's so much potential that this could be good. There's so much wasted potential here. This needed extra time in the oven. I know this is what took 10 years to make. But this needed more time. They needed to refine the animation. They needed to think, maybe we shouldn't have Orbital Bacon as Optimus Prime. We should have Bradley as Optimus. But, Bradley I don't think does voice acting anymore, which is sad. Again, this was back in 2014, I think, when they started, and Bradley, I think he stopped doing it after a while. But I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. But hey, at least you got something for your money.
So far.
Also hate how they explain Knockout's eyes here. I thought that was stupid.
The values of the greatest prime that ever lived.
He's so bouncy when he moves. This is... Whoever animated this has no concept of weight.
Gotta think quick. This guy seems to be one step ahead of my moves. Haha, bet you Destructicons are as dumb as you are ugly.
This looks like a rough draft render. That's what this looks like. This looks like pre-viz. But seriously, Mo World, you feel generous? 6 out of 10? That's a very high mark. I'd say, look, you know, I'm going to be slightly generous. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 10 just because I really like the designs. But, man, there's so much wasted potential here.
I can't.
The worst part of this movie is how I went through the 5 stages of grief for how poor this movie was. I'm being honest, I do think the Spider-Man Lotus had higher production value. This, I wouldn't be as harsh on it if it didn't have a bigger budget and actually used Bradley to his full potential, but man.
Time for some payback.
Your comrades could not stop us before, and you will not stop us now.
The battlefield has been tipped back in our favor, Destructicon. Defeat is not an option.
Also, this just mirrors Optimus' head too big. I feel like it's too long. I mean, the body is perfect, but, you know, the head. Yeah, whoever modeled these did a really good job. And props to him for that. Like, Bruticus is just Chad. Why did they save the best for last? I would like to buy this Bruticus model, honestly. Just for my own stuff. Because, man, this looks good. Like, I love this model. This is a fantastic Bruticus model. I want to, like, why doesn't he put any of their socials down here? Like, that, like, even I put socials in my stuff.
Do some good.
Like, look at all the socials I put down here. Like, I actually, like, he didn't even put any of the socials in here. That actually kind of infuriates me. Like, he puts their names, but it's like, okay, how do I get in contact with him if I want to hire him for my thing? Like, I want to hire Maximilian Velasco here. How do I reach him? The closest thing to this design and toy form would be either Warbotron or Iron Factory War Giant. It's not Warbotron. Warbotron looks way... I have Warbotron in my closet. But, and it's the oversized Warbotron. No, this one is more like, let's see, what's that one Bruticus figure? Because I do not remember... It's not called Bruticus. It reminds me of the Zeta Toys Bruticus. Kinda. What was the one you were talking about? It was oh crap. Let's see, where's Galvatron? Where's Bruticus? Where's Bruticus?
Get the Allspark container away from... More important.
Trying to get a good shot of him because I want to see what he looks like.
Optimus on the way, guys.
Looks like the party's getting kicked up again.
What?
That camera spin was not very good. Anyway, Iron Factory War Giant. All right, let's look this up. But yeah, that's definitely not the Warbotron. Like, let me bring up Warbotron over here. Good. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see it. Now that I'm looking at Warbotron, because it's in my closet. Warbotron though is a bit thicker. Let me bring it up here. Iron Factory Warjai. What's a good image of it? Yeah, this is the Iron Factory War Giant. I can kind of see it. This one is kind of its own unique design, though. See, I would buy a toy of this. Like, if they ever sold one, I would buy it. So, how are you enjoying this movie, if you can even call it that so far? I give it a 3. It's... I have a lot of... So, like I've said earlier in the stream, I had issues with... the lighting, the animation. I'm very annoyed that they got Bradley Frew to do a voice in this movie, and it's not Optimus Prime. Everyone gives this movie crap that Orbital Bacon is Optimus Prime, and he had Bradley Frew, who does a perfect Peter Cullen impression, or an almost perfect Peter Cullen impression. And that makes me angry, because I've actually used Bradley in some of my own projects. I do like the designs. I like the designs in this film. I'm be fair. I do like the designs. I think the visual effects and sounds and music are all done horribly. The editing is not good. The bloom sucks. The lighting sucks. The animation needs a lot of work. This needed more time in the oven. And the physics and the animations they're not good. But man, this is a mess of a movie. I do think the designs are good. As someone who is learning to become a screenwriter in real life, the dialogue is painful. I'm an amateur screenwriter. The dialogue is... I don't like that. The dialogue is arguably is one of the worst things about the film. When you don't count the animation. Because it's so repetitive, boring, and it's mostly just exposition or what is this? What is that? I'm like, you mean to tell me you don't already notice? Like, I'm not saying my screenwriting is perfect, but at the same... Like, I'm not saying my scripts are perfect, but... Like, wow, this is... I was... Like, the dialogue is just not very interesting. Like, I don't think there's... I can't tell you a single line of dialogue in this that was memorable that I... Okay, no, there is one. Only one memorable line of dialogue. And it's not one that should be memorable.
What a shame. Such wonderful curves wasted on an Autobot.
This is the only line in the entire movie that's memorable, and for all the wrong reasons. Oh. You can tell these people were gooning for RC.
This time, that there will be nothing left of you but the head that I will deliver to Megatron personally.
Also, this was we have to talk about this. The absolute change in quality here.
Tired of these cons chasing us. Let's see what you're made of, rookie.
And they call me crazy.
Blasters.
The power coupling we added should have fixed the weapon system.
Look how the quality just changes on a dime. This is way too.
We're out of hyperspace.
See, that's way too good. I don't believe they animated that. I don't believe they animated that at all. Oh. This was 30. No, not 30. This was $13,000. You know what I could have done with this money? This makes me sad.
You've been beaten.
There's so much potential. Like, look at these designs. They're so awesome, and they're not used to their full. Look at Bruticus. Look how awesome Bruticus looks. And they put him in this crappy lighting. Oh, this hurts me. Jimmy, how is the space battle better animated 90% of the movie? You know what my theory is? My theory is they stole that clip from somewhere else, and I can't confirm that, but that's my theory. That's my theory. Is that they took that from somewhere else. Or like an actual good animator. Oh, that was horrible. That's an effect I did for my intro. That's literally the effect for my intro, them coming in. Like that little shockwave that appears. See, I did that in that. Wait a second, what the? You gotta be kidding me. Why are there two of their models? They're... No, actually, I dare you to see the unrendered video of the building being destroyed. Okay, can you send a link in chat? Yeah, duplication. Like, how do you not catch this in post? Like, why are there two of them?
It's good to see you again, Fowler.
Wish it were under different circumstances.
Now, the facial animations are not terrible. Just the lighting sucks, and yeah, they don't know how to animate. They don't know how to model hair. $36,000. No, not 36. 13,000. That's still a ton. 13K for just for what? I don't know where this budget could have gone. Did they pay their animators? Because I heard somewhere they didn't. That everyone did this voluntarily.
Now the twist.
Where did the budget go? That's my like. I don't know what they put the budget into. Anyway, let's see what, because I do want to see what else. Oh, what's this? Should we watch this? Yeah, we have time. Let's watch. Let's see. I do want to see this. Comments are turned off, of course. Because I do want to see this.
Hello to all the fans who have been with with us for this journey of telling our vision of Transformers Prime Galvatron's Revenge. On Friday the 13th, we uploaded the long-awaited film fully rendered.
Oh, there you go. That's why it wasn't good. It was uploaded on Friday the 13th.
As we promised, and it's been a huge success for our channel, right? So within 24 hours, we hit 84,000 views. In 48 hours, we hit 125,000 views. Within 72 hours, 167,000 views, and currently we're at 192,000 views. That's the fastest growth of any of our videos, including even before I started this project, right? So a lot of success.
I'm not sure.
Really, really good, and I like it, right? So because of this success, we gained about over 2,000 new subscribers. So I want to welcome all of our new subscribers. I normally only do project updates, project update videos, but I thought I'd do this one given a multitude of different reasons, right? So the purpose of this video is to give a very detailed account of the events that took place, specifically for those who aren't in...
Unrendered scene 18. Okay, let's look at that before we...
Understood.
Whoa, wait a minute. You bots can scare more than one vehicle?
During the war,
Oh, wrong playlist? What's the playlist?
Understood.
How are our...
This one? $18.9.
Previously.
incoming! Prepare to be destroyed by Bruticus!
Autobots, they don't get past us.
Sir, that large hole we found at the construction site's under attack by giant robots.
Destructicons, attack! Keep them busy while I tend to our master.
Get the canister at all costs.
Optimus, now!
Ultra Magnus to Fowler.
Fire!
The canister!
Here we go again.
How are we going to beat these guys?
Your destruction will be quick. Master!
I've got you, Optimus. Hang on, and I'll pull you up. Optimus.
Master!
And I don't...
Whoever you are.
You will not resurrect that foul creature!
Another insignificant Autobot!
No! Yo!
Fight...
The payback!
Fool! Your comrades could not stop us before, and you will not...
Me.
Weird.
To find the Allspot. Else... But... Knockout! No!
Yeah.
Formed on controversial events. This video is meant to dismiss lies, exaggeration, misinformation, and bring light for those who might have limited knowledge of the events that have taken place, right? There's a whole controversy that's going on, and we are going to get into it. So before I get started on this section, I want to be very clear. This isn't meant to throw anyone under the bus or throw, more hatred around. It's simply detailing the facts in chronological order to help some people.
It's because the visual effects for it suck.
During the process. So let's rewind the clocks to around 2015, 2016 when everyone was cast. Lines were recorded between 2016, 2017, around there, with some minor additions or corrections in 2018. All of these lines were recorded under that time frame. A few years back before all of this controversy hit with Jason, as far as Jason's on Jason's end, right? His gets on his side, he gets hammered with it in 2019, and aside from his lines, he hasn't had any other involvement in the project directly outside of that. So all of this was done prior to everything coming out. So there's some people that are saying, why would you hire? Making it seem like I hired him or I brought him on after the controversial issues took place on his end. No. He came on like almost 4 years before that. So again, chronological order.
Now, this, I'm going to say he still shouldn't have had Orbital Bacon playing Optimus Prime. It should have been Bradley Frew, and I'm going to die on that hill.
Really is important. Now, at the end of 2020, I wanted to give my artists and people who helped this project a platform to help their careers and get their name out there, right? In January of 2023.
Orbital Bacon, I think, was doing Johnny Flash around that time, wasn't it? Also, how ironic that you say you want to get their names out there, but there's no way I can contact Maximilian Velasco because you don't put his socials anywhere.
Orbital Bacon, Jason, and was immediately met with pushback for having him part of the project. Some people voiced their concerns and some people flat out attacked me for having him. What was interesting is that, again, look at all the years Jason had voiced 6 different characters. And we had started, if I'm not mistaken, we started posting the unrendered scenes at the end of 2020, and his voice was there, his name was in the credits, and nobody ever caught on. No one ever. I do
feel like he is.
Hear it. Nobody ever made the
connection. He does make a good point here.
That interview hit, and that's when the frenzy started, and that's when I get pulled into it. Prime Animations get pulled into that situation. Now, due to the limited social media footprint that I have, like I don't have a huge social media footprint. I'm not in Discord. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Reddit. I don't have any of that. I have this channel and my Facebook page that I keep private, and that's predominantly for me and my family. And so based on the limited details that was provided to me, again, I'm being brought into this. Vicky's sending me information and screenshots. I've got another friend sending me some screenshots. I don't have Twitter, so I didn't get into the Twitter thing. But whatever was being sent to me, I looked at it, and I didn't see anything, again, based on what I was getting, remotely close to what I'm seeing now. And I've seen some additional, since then, I've seen some additional, like within this past week, I've seen additional stuff that I wasn't privy to, like in Discord. And I kind of wish that I shouldn't say I kind of wish, I wish that I had that back then, because I think I would have, the way I would have approached him would have been very, very different, and I think the outcome would have been very different. So the next day, Vicky, our storyboard artist, asked what's going on. Again, Vicky's sending me screenshots that she's getting tagged with, and she's taken off guard by the frenzy. The screenshots that she was given were communications, Jason had, again, on other platforms. Again, I don't have these platforms, so I was at essentially the mercy of whatever was being sent to me. I said to her, let me reach out to Jason and see his side of the story. Spoke with Jason, and I asked him about all these examples that I got from Vicky, right? Jason explained his views and assured me he wasn't a racist or a homophobe. We exchanged views, and I let him know that, I have family members that meet these criterias. And of course, I'm Hispanic myself, and he never gave me the impression that those labels were appropriately given to him. I just didn't get that off of that communication, and obviously having known him for the amount of years prior. I asked him, I gave him a suggestion actually, and I asked him to do me a favor. I get where you're coming from, and I understand, because he explained his views to me, And I said, I understand, but can you change your approach? Can you find a different and more respectful way to articulate your responses? You know, and he said yes. He said yes. He took that feedback. He said, that's a good point. I can definitely do that. So based on the interaction, and given the fact that, you know, Vicky had already decided to leave before I even spoke with him, you know, I honestly, I gave Jason the benefit of the doubt, and I kept him on the team, and I made a video giving my reasons with details during my 2023 Q&A session. Unfortunately, taking this approach turned out to be a huge mistake, and I recognize that now. So let's fast forward to last Sunday, December the 8th. I was invited to a podcast by a friend to discuss like a what-if scenario. Like, what if Elon Musk purchased Hasbro and you know, you had input, or you had say, or you were Elon Musk and you purchased Hasbro, right? It was a wishful thinking type of thing. So I logged on. To my surprise, since I thought it was just going to be, you know, Ray and myself, Jason and another fella were already in the room. Now, as the stream went live, I stayed on for about an hour, you know, and we each gave our explanations of what we would do if we had direction of the Transformers franchise. Now, during the live stream, Jason said something that bothered me, and actually, I later on that night, I actually couldn't sleep thinking about it. It was stirring in my head. But Jason had said in his explanation that all the main characters got to be white. Again, I was taken back, but we were live, so I didn't want to push back. But it definitely lingered on for the rest of the night, right? The next day, I actually ended up watching the entire stream after Ray had sent me a very disturbing clip of him waving an American Nazi flag and identified himself as a white nationalist. And I reached out to him in a normal manner, right? I wanted to take the diplomatic approach and asked him for the meaning. I wanted context, because remember, the last time was things were taken out of context. So I want to get it from the horse's mouth. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, things weren't being confused between American nationalism or patriotism regarding this, you know, this self-identification that he had. Now, I already knew based on the flag, but again, I wanted him to articulate it himself, right? Because, I didn't want him to say, you're taking it out of context, you're jumping to conclusions. I never said that. So I wanted to get his explanation. So based on his explanation, in my eyes, he confirmed exactly what he was, which honestly is a white supremacist. You can say that you're not, but if your views, 95% of your views align it, come on, I mean, that it is what you are, right? You know, so this, along with other labels, I understand gets thrown around loosely in our society, and frankly, it's abused, but in this case, it fits. Now, to him, there's a difference between a white nationalist and a white supremacist. You know, but if you see another race beneath yours, then you are in a superior posture, and the label is adequate. So if you say you see people as equals, but then you don't really see them as equals, your words and your actions don't really match. So, like, a good example, if I say I love my wife, but I'm cheating on her, do my actions and my words match up? No, of course not. And that's exactly what's happening right now in this instance with Jason. So I spent the next 4 days trying to talk some sense to him. I'm telling, man, it's like, you're a Christian, you're a self-professing Christian. How can you possibly take this position? I sent him Bible verse after Bible verse. And by the way, if I happen to be flashing some communications between the two of us, I do want to respect privacy. I'm not going to post his responses to it, but I am. If I'm able to, I do want to show what I.
Now, to be clear, when it comes to the Christianity, we should be more aligned with Christ than we should with the church, because the church isn't always right, but he does have a good point here.
You guys can see what I was trying to do, you know, and confirm what I'm saying. Right now. So like I said, I was sending him Bible verse after Bible verse showing that his way of thinking was wrong in the sight, of the God that he claims to follow. I mean, I even provided interracial and regional marriages from the Old Testament to show that the verses that he was trying to use in defense of his views were solely being taken out of context. Many of those verses that he shared came from like the book of Moses, or from the books that Moses wrote, right? So either Moses was a hypocrite because his first wife wasn't an Israelite. She was from the area of Meridian or Midian or something like that. And then his second wife was from Cush. She wasn't an Israelite either. So, I really did not understand Jason's position. And obviously, I firmly disagree with it. So during this exchange, I challenged him. I said, man, listen, do me a favor. Even, like, I get it. You've got your view, but I want to show you where your line of thinking is disconnected, not just with this, but even with other material that you're doing. The content that you're putting on your channel, there's explicit material on there, right? Go to any pastor. I have a pretty good feeling that he doesn't attend weekly services. So I said, just find a pastor, share with the pastor the views, the practices that you're doing, and the explanation that you gave on that stream regarding the content that you're putting out there and how you do, and see if it aligns with Scripture. Ask a pastor. I'm willing to bet that the vast majority of pastors are going to say no, because it's literally contradictory to the gospel, which is for the entire world.
Yeah, I as a Christian, I agree with everything he's saying here. Because there's going to be a lot of people who say, Lord, Lord, do we not prophesy in your name? And you'll say, get out of here, I never knew you.
I honestly, after that, I felt betrayed. That Jason either went down this road or lied to me last year. I put my name and my reputation on the line, believing he was...
I feel bad for this guy.
...sincere in that conversation that we had last year. So, after uploading our Galvatron's Revenge video, we got a swirl of great comments initially, right? Until it got to the negativity that, followed the next day. So based on what I experienced, the conversation that we had, and then the lack of communication, I made the decision to formally break ties with Jason. In all honesty, I didn't want to deal with the drama being so close to the holidays, so I wanted to tackle this all after the holidays. But I saw a post, someone asking him if he was a racist. And he replied, extremely. Again, my disappointment was front and center. Given the context of what took place last week, I knew this wasn't a joke. Somebody might say, oh, he was joking around. Again, given everything that I just finished explaining, it's not a joke. I made the decision right then and there to cut ties immediately because it was just getting, his boldness was out of control based on just that one. And I've seen worse either afterwards or right before. I don't even have the timelines because there's so much. But the stuff that I was seeing was inexcusable. So I wrote a letter to him first, making it known why I was taking this decision, right? I knew he would eventually go on to his social media platform and begin to bash me. And, that's expected, and that's what happens when people have hate in their heart, as can be seen from both sides in this example. I'm not going to do that to him. I'm not going to do that to anybody, right? I don't think I've come on and, belittled anybody. But in the midst of the letter being written, reviewed, etc., again, his boldness and the hatefulness of his comments increased. On Sunday, I decided to really just pull the trigger on making the decision to make the public announcement and give context to why I was parting ways. The aftermath of this can be seen, and it's very evident. From a personal standpoint, I don't condone racism towards whites. I've seen it. I've seen it since I was a teenager. I don't condone it against blacks. I don't condone it against Asians. I don't condone it against Jews or any other ethnic background. We're supposed to be more advanced as a society, not being hateful and barbaric with one another based on immutable differences that we were born with. This is just, it's just ridiculous. And this isn't the first time I've expressed this sentiment.
Absolutely, but it's very true. Look, we got to get beyond race. You know, I never thought growing up that we would be at this level in race relations. I never thought that we would be this way as a society. I always thought that we were
Okay, well, I'll say this much. I think that he's a genuinely nice guy. I'm not going to say that the movie's good, because it's not. But I don't think that people should be sending any hate to this guy for what Orbital Bacon did.
You see what I'm saying? Let's start with the simplistic things first, and then we can move on to the bigger things. But if we don't address even the smallest things, how do we even fix the bigger ones? Like, you know what I'm saying? You guys, to me, are Americans. You're not Black Americans, because I don't believe in that.
The journey. During this segment, I'd like to walk you through all the challenges we had during the production of the film. Okay, we started this project in 2014. We've created roughly about 20 different Transformer character models, 19 vehicles, 4 human characters, and roughly about 19 environments were all modeled from scratch. In 2015, it was announced the software that I and my teammates were using became discontinued, leaving only me able to animate, since I'm the only one who purchased the software. After an amazing opening sequence, Jonathan suggested we move over to Blender. To be quite honest, and I've said it on all of my multiple videos, rendering in Softimage was very complex. And
Okay, so this might explain why one of the shots looks so different in the final one. It's because they used 2 different render engines, and I think the first one was used in the original engine, while the other one was Blender.
Blender seemed easier, and Jonathan said training material was more accessible since it was free, and we could more than likely get more animators. He mentioned he could potentially...
So yeah, it's likely that it's because they switched.
Right, so based on the look that he achieved, I was blown out, and I knew I couldn't achieve that on Softimage, and I tried, I really did. After not being able to achieve it, though, I made the decision to switch programs because I felt people would visually get something better in the end result. Unfortunately, this decision caused us to have to retexture everything and re-rig all of the assets that we had, and that was a very, very lengthy process for Jonathan, because since he knew Blender, he was the only one that knew Blender as far as animation goes and so on and so forth. He was the one that took that task to re-rig and re-render everything on his own.
Okay.
While I would work on animatics, working on the animatics so that we have a guide. So once that those assets were rigged and ready to animate, our Vicky and Neil, who were our animators, they could go ahead and use that as a guide. So it's exactly what happened. We began animating in 2017 with the game plan that Vicky and I would originally block animate, and then Jonathan would refine it since, he knew the system so well. Unfortunately, by roughly 2020, Jonathan was hit with a series of personal issues that forced him to leave the team, leaving myself, Vicky, and Neil. Now, Neil originally played Ratchet and Bulkhead. He was the only person that auditioned for it. Moved on over to helping us animate, and so what we did is we kind of just shifted the line. So Vicky and Neil did some block animation while I tried to refine as best as I could. We began posting the individual scenes month after month, starting at the end of 2020, if I'm not mistaken, eventually finalizing the unrendered scenes by between January and February of 2023. So throughout that entire time, we were just uploading every single scene unrendered, just to give material out there, right, until we finished, because I didn't want to have people waiting for content longer than what they've been waiting, right? So in February, then we were joined by Ben, who said he could upgrade our textures and smooth out our animation. He started right away until completion, and eventually Jasmine joined our team for storyboarding for Dinobots Unleashed. But we ended up using her to retexture a number of the scenes to speed up the process because Ben became overwhelmed. Around May of this year, we began rendering and finished our initial renders by July or August of this year. As mentioned before, the fully rendered film was uploaded on the 13th, ending the journey of Galvatron's revenge. So now I want to talk about some of the issues that we had. And we're going to break it down by first technological issues, and then we'll do other issues, right? So as I mentioned before, the software issue was a challenge. If we hadn't switched softwares, the trilogy would have been completed by now. But to be quite honest with you, wouldn't have looked anywhere close to what we got as an end result, to be quite frank. I've said it many times, rendering and lighting, not my forte, right? Hardware was another issue. We had laptops that burnt out, fried motherboards, we needed some upgrades, right? We had lots of issues with our hardware. In some cases, needed to be replaced. In some instances, we had files that got corrupt or were inaccessible at some point because of some event that took place that damaged what we had. So thankfully, due to the generosity of folks donating to this project, we were able to fix, purchase, and upgrade the equipment that we needed so that we can finish this project. For example, just give you an example, the laptop that I was using when I first started out, just to give you guys a test, 8 hours it would take to render out 10 seconds of animation. 8 hours. 10 seconds, 8 hours. That's a lot. And the quality was like PS2, I would say, PS2 grade. The second laptop I had a much faster processor, would take 3 hours to render out 10 seconds worth of animation. Now that's the laptop that I had when we started this project at the year that we started that project, right? In 2022, we upgraded and got the current laptop that I'm rendering now, and 10 seconds worth of animation happens in a matter of minutes. So it's very high-powered process. And so all of those issues that I just finished mentioning have led to the delay and this project taking so long, 10 years. And it should be no surprise to people who have been following us, because every month I post a project update letting everybody know what's been accomplished, what issues we've been facing, what's next, and so on and so forth. So it shouldn't be a surprise. But anyhow, let's talk about the next series of issues. In addition to some of the prior challenges, we also had, unfortunately, commitment issues. As mentioned, in 2019, we lost Jonathan, or 2020, we lost Jonathan due to, some personal issues that he had. Jonathan was stellar and had been with us since pretty much the beginning, and it's understandable. He had some issues, some personal ones, family, I don't know what it was, but he had to take a step back, and he had been with us for like 3-4 years straight, so understandable. He had a lot on his shoulders, but he got all the scenes textured, everything rigged. He took us to the point where we can move forward without him. Greatly missed, of course, because he's an amazing talent, but we did. In 2023, we ended up losing Vicky due to the controversy that we talked about, right? In 2023, after that entire series, we managed to pick up about 5 additional artists. One was for sound, one was for storyboard, which was Jasmine that I mentioned, and then 3 for animation. Of the 3 new animators, one decided not to animate anymore after the first enhanced scene was completed due to what he claimed was technical issues. One joined and took a scene right away, and after 3 or 4 months was being disingenuous about his efforts and completion rate. So after like the 4th or 5th month, I really, I pressed him, and he told me, after telling me that he was done and he would load it into our drive, he claims that the file became corrupt. When I told him I can...
Well, I'm still listening to this, but I'm looking at Orbital Bacon's Twitter feed right now. Yeah, this guy... And I'm saying this as a Christian. He's not He's not living the way Jesus will want people to live.
So salvage it, just load the file, and I'll take a look at it. He decided to stop responding altogether, right? So that's 4 or 5 months wasted, and nothing got accomplished with that particular scene. Let's see here. Then the last artist was also being disingenuous. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. The next artist completed the enhancements of another scene, but then likewise couldn't finish the next one and left before completing it, kind of abandoning us. And he was, 2-3 months delayed for like 3 months, telling us, yeah, it's almost done, or it's done, it's done, it's done. Constantly telling me it's done, it's almost done, and never really quite finished. The last artist that we have, unfortunately, was disingenuous with us for over 6 months. Was telling us that I was constantly in contact with this individual. And by the way, I'm not trying to throw shade on the team. That's why I'm not mentioning names. I'm just telling you the challenges that we faced during this process.
Yeah,
The individual that came onto the project who was telling me, hey, this is complete, this is complete, this is complete. What's the percentage on this scene? This is complete, that's complete, for 6 months, was completely lying to us, and even after the 6 months.
So it sounds like a lot of this
Their spare time.
it has to do with just people being jerks.
Fire him again. Nobody got hired. They're volunteers.
Okay, yeah. So where did the money go?
It took this person about 4 or 5 months to adrenaline junkies look for in order to make the situation as impactful as it can be. Last night I came across a video by Firewood Media, respectful, fella. In this video, I did enjoy how he captures the start of the page from 2007, and some of my first we've changed several times, but that.
Okay, this is the money. Hardware, additional assistance.
That one specifically was when we first entered. Now, we knew where. Now, to me, it was obvious this was a surface level digging because there were lots of key details missing in this video. So he shows a pie chart, which I did use as a guide on how I would distribute the funds so people knew where it was going. Now, this was very early on in our GoFundMe. This was very early on with a GoFundMe amount that we've changed several times, but that one specifically was when we first entered. Now, I said in many videos, my audience was like my stakeholders, and these people that donated were my investors, essentially, right? So I wanted to be transparent. So during this segment, it isn't mentioned that we started in Kickstarter, right? And I've said, and we've gone through this before. This was my first time hearing about such a platform, of this nature, right? It just boggled my mind that something was out there. And so after digging around to see what types of projects were getting funded, I decided to start a campaign and ask for 80K. And 80K? Well, relax, hold on. 80K, I saw 15-minute webisodes getting funded for 120K. So with the 80K, I said, you know what? I can get the equipment that I need and pay people, artists, for their time and their efforts. And we could even hire some professional people, right? And pay them. Maybe somebody who's got actual studio experience to guide us. Again, the goal was to actually hire people and pay them for their time, not just do it volunteer. For the upcoming artists, obviously the pay would be less compared to an actual professional one, or
that's
someone
fair.
who had a good amount of experience, but the goal was to actually pay them for their time and efforts. That didn't materialize, and since it's an all or nothing type of a platform on Kickstarter, we didn't get the funding, right? I think we only managed to do close to 3K, and obviously none of that came to us because again, it's an all or nothing over there. Then I heard about GoFundMe, and I decided to give GoFundMe a shot. And I think it was around 2016. I started out asking for, I'm not sure because we've changed the goal a couple times. I don't know if I started at 80 or brought it down to 60, brought it down to 20. I really can't remember because we've switched it so many times. But that particular chart of what we had at that particular moment. Now, moving on to software. In that video, he mentions how Blender is free. That's very, and actually as I'm looking for the quote, It's actually 8K per unit. I thought it was 5K per unit. So I wanted to get a couple, right? So that we could maximize our efforts. We can render and keep on animating without being interrupted. So as you can see in the image, it was actually 8K in the laptop. Now, as I
Okay, so they did buy some pretty expensive hardware. All right, so this is where all the money went. Okay, that makes sense.
Now, I want to go ahead and move on to the next section, which is mixed reviews and the backlash. As anything in our world, everyone is going to have different opinions based on their own likings. Some things
I wish you would turn on comments.
When it comes to most modern day media and pop culture, there's a clear split in almost every fandom. My project is no different. From the moment we posted it, we immediately started getting an amazing amount of support and praise. As mentioned before, our subscribers, despite the backlash, has increased about 2,000 subscribers since we posted the video. That's 2,000 in less than 4 days. When looking through the comments the first day, all of the comments, predominantly all of them, were from our own subscribers, and they were just about all of them very, very positive. As you can see here, I'm going to take you and show you some examples of the comments that were, being put in the first day. By the second day, once marching orders were given to boycott this film, right, we began to receive a ton of hate. Primarily, obviously, because of our involvement with Jason and a reluctancy to part ways with him back in January of 2023. This is very simple to prove, and anyone can actually go do it. And I recommend, if you want to test the waters or put my works to the
Yeah, this is true. I did see a video yesterday asking people to boycott this fan film because of Jason Orbital Bacon. I think that the reason why I don't think this guy handled the criticism very well, and I'm glad that he owns up to that. Anyways, continue.
And I implore you to go to any social media.
I really feel bad for this guy. It does seem like he genuinely wanted to do something good.
I'm almost positive you're not going to find anything remotely close to what you're seeing now. Or after January, actually. So, before January, after January, there's a huge noticeable difference. In fact, prior to this event, I actually did some interviews with YouTuber Commodian Cam. Nice fellow, nice young lad. It was back around 2015. Now, he deleted those interviews, but during the time, he spoke very highly of this project, and he spoke highly of myself during it. I was also interviewed in 2022 by another YouTuber named The Fire Brothers, who also spoke very highly of this project, while we were still posting unrendered videos of the individual scenes. Now, the animation was rougher before than it is now, but again, you're not going to see any of these types of comments that you're seeing right now.
And that is Transformers Prime Galvatron's Revenge, or as some would like to call it, Transformers Prime Season 4, which is an unofficial continuation of the Transformers Prime series, which expands the story, expands the universe, and ignores the events of Robots in Disguise and a lot of other tying aligned continuity media. There are very few fan projects out there that honestly fill me with excitement or still me with confidence that they'll actually be finished. But this is one of those occasions which
It's just a full-on failure.
100% certainly say that you should support a
Now, here's my opinion as someone who's been listening to this whole thing. I think he genuinely wanted to do something good. I don't think this is a Spider-Man Lotus situation where the director was also a piece of shit. Because this is something that definitely does happen a lot where, you know, they don't know that one of their actors is a jackass. And in this case, because this guy's had a lot of technical difficulties, he just wanted to make something good. But no, I can't fault him for everything. It's not a good movie, but that's not entirely his fault. I mean, yeah, the writing's not good, but the animation's not great. But there is.
That I feel goes very underappreciated and not talked about as much as it should be. For this video, I'm going to be talking about everything you need to know about Transformers Prime, Galvatron's Revenge. I also had an interview with the creator, very nice man.
It's very sad. It's just very sad.
This project has been in the works for quite a long time. If you want to stay up to date with the progress of the movie.
Like, look at the character models; they're really good. It's really disappointing.
Some unrendered scenes from the movie, along with constant project updates every month. The director is a very ambitious person. The Combaticons are mortal enemies to the Wreckers, and honestly, that's such a cool idea. And also, most characters from the show are gonna be returning.
The sad thing is, I don't think they did enough with the Wreckers and the Combaticons rivalry.
Maybe some familiar faces like Megatron, who, oh my god, this movie wins all points for that, because Robots in Disguise never had the to reintroduce Megatron, and that always pissed me off. So I'm so happy we're getting continuation to the whole, Megatron gives up on fighting thing. I feel like all of the characters
Which didn't do anything because Megatron still ended up fighting anyway.
are voice acted really well in this series. Of course, certain characters like Agent Fowler and Optimus Prime don't sound anything like the actual, characters from the show itself.
And again, he had Bradley Frew, who sounds like Peter Cullen. Why did you pick Orbital
It's a
Bike?
fan project, and it's operating on a low budget. The fact that the voices sound this good is honestly amazing. I think the new characters, since we have nothing to compare them to, actually sound sublime. And if you check some of the clips on YouTube, you can see that he did a fantastic job recreating the fight cinematography, recreating the intelligent Prime dialogue between the characters. While Galvatron's Revenge is keeping what works. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And honestly, I can respect that a lot. This is so akin to the Prime style. It's so faithful to it that people to this day still get confused that this is an official Transformers Prime sequel. And that just speaks to the quality that is this fan project. And something else that I need to reiterate is that this is being done for free. This movie is going to be released publicly on YouTube for free for people to check out. However, there's a bit of a catch. This is a passion project. These are fans who really like Transformers Prime and are very talented in 3D modeling and 3D animation and want to continue the series. However, there's still bills to pay. They still have lives outside this work. There's a passion, but I think that's great. Like, if
we even got invited to share our project on a streaming event with other people who were also doing fan-based projects. I don't actually 3 videos comparing what we did before during the unrendered and samples of the rendered. Nothing. Although the hate is centered on Jason, it spills over to me. And most of the negative comments are an attempt to try and tank this film in order to hurt me. And what these people don't realize is that they're actually hurting other artists who poured so much into this project.
Which is true.
And these are the people who really had no decision on how this matter was handled. That sits on my shoulder, not theirs. Those artists, they just thought the project was fantastic. They loved the vision and the direction we were going in, and they wanted to finish it for the fans. Jason, or focusing on me. But this is the general sentiment. Says, this person noticed the comments took a bit of a dark turn after Orbital Bacon controversy, it seems. They were quite positive when it first dropped. It's exactly what I just finished detailing. And so that person actually captured it accurately. Few people have posted similar comments where their initial review comment of the film was that it was great, it was fantastic, and then after knowing the controversy, they changed their mind.
Now, here's my thought on someone who doesn't really care about the orbital bacon controversy and thinks, you know, I still don't think the film is that good. Because honestly, the only thing I knew that Orbital Bacon, because I didn't even know Orbital Bacon voiced every single character or almost every single character until people started telling me. And at the same time, it's just the only reason I'm giving this film as hard of a time as I am is because I do animation, I've directed, I've written, I've done a lot of things myself, and to me, I feel like this guy needed to learn to have put more time into this, essentially, because I wouldn't, if it was me doing this project, I wouldn't have put this out. There's a lot of things that needed fixing, and there was a lot of stuff in it that did feel kind of lazy, especially where sound design, texturing, and the VFX were, and a lot of the animation. That being said, I don't think this guy's a bad guy. There are plenty of films out there that are really crap, but the director and the people behind it are really kind. And in no way am I trying to say that these people, are stupid and should never work again. I think this guy genuinely had a desire to make something good. And from what I'm hearing here, a lot of it's not really his fault that it turned out as bad as it did. Was the script bad? Yes. It's not a good script, and I'm gonna be very honest. I didn't think the story was that good. And I don't think that he understood a lot of the Transformers Prime thing. That being said, I do respect his passion and desire to make something good off of it. And it does really sadden me that the whole controversy with Orbital Bacon caused his passion project to get more negativity than it really deserved.
This example right here. Again, there have been a few examples of this. Absolutely beautiful. And then they come back, yeah, I heard the drama. This film is fine at best.
I feel the hurt there, buddy.
Then we've got this other example. Okay, yeah, I know I said the movie was amazing in another comment, and I got hearted, but after hearing the drama and stuff, kind of ashamed that this fan project was made by. Those examples are what's been taking place, why all the negativity, right, that's come in has affected
it's really sad.
A lot of people as well. It's tainted. So bottom line, I don't condone hatred or racism on either side, which Firewood Media failed to mention or show in his video regarding this matter. I posted a video the day before that we uploaded Galvatron's Revenge, talking about racism on both sides of the spectrum and calling both sides out, right? And specifically in Jason's regard, and saying, this can't be accepted. Some people, are going to come up with their own conclusions. Some people may think that I did that to cover myself. Honestly, never entered my mind, because on that channel, I only have 208 subscribers. Who the heck am I really going to influence there? Regarding this project, nobody. No, it was because at heart, I wanted to stand firm against all forms of racism. Again, against whites, blacks, Jews, Asians, Hispanics, whatever. I don't care. It's wrong. Now, there have been some people who have left, some constructive criticism, and it is appreciated because I've always appreciated respectful and constructive criticism. But due to the motivated hatred, those comments are now muddy. And so, and so is the outcome of the film. It's tainted. So it's difficult for me to properly assess how to make the next one better. I wish those who are trying to leave a review versus the hate take just these things into consideration. None of us are professionals in the industry. We all have normal jobs that have nothing to do with animation. This is our first attempt at doing something like this. This was entirely done on a voluntary basis. So So for those complaining about the length in the completion time, understand people didn't work on this 8 to 10 hours a day or 5 to 6 days a week. Everyone worked on it when they had time to. It was on their spare time. 3 to 4 people animating an entire hour and a half film in a short period of time is unrealistic. Yes, 10 years is also a long time to complete something, but look at what we had to deal with. It was a full-length film. Yes, we had over 20 artists since the start of this project, but not all of them were animators and not all of them were on at the same time. Some were concept artists, others were modelers, others were storyboard artists, etc. Professional studios hire hundreds of people, and it usually takes about 3 years to complete a film start to finish, with millions of dollars in budgeting. It's unrealistic to compare us to project level, studio level, projects. It's not a good comparison. Audio quality isn't studio level. I understand that. No one was in a studio. Everyone recorded their lines in their rooms or home offices if they had one.
Now, see, I'm more forgiving of the voice quality because I know, like, not everything's going to be studio quality. My issue was mostly with how it was edited.
They used whatever mic they had, including myself. I didn't even have a mic. I did it off of my laptop because I didn't have a mic at that particular moment. Now, because we didn't have a large group to select from in the auditions, I had to select who I thought sounded the best for the character. My quality wasn't...
I don't believe this. And the reason for that is because Bradley Frew is literally right there, and he casted Orbital Bacon as Optimus Prime. And as someone who's worked with Bradley before in the past, you picked Orbital Bacon over him when Bradley sounds much closer to Peter Cullen's Optimus Prime than Orbital Bacon does. And I can't for the life of me figure out why. That, like, I do believe you on most of these things, but I don't think you did a good job casting Optimus Prime here.
Even considered, unless if it was really bad. And again, I've got to remind, this is fan-based and volunteer. I wish I had a budget so I can fly people into the studio and have them record on a good quality mic, etc., but that didn't happen because there was no budget. So, due to the tainted pool of comments, like the examples I provided, I will be turning off comments to this film because obviously the hatred and the toxicity is affecting innocent people, and I don't want that. Prior to 2023, January of 2023, this channel had absolutely zero drama. And I wanted zero drama because all I wanted was this channel to be something where people can come, see artwork, enjoy it for whatever, 10, 15 minutes, whatever it was, and have a little mental break of all the stresses of the world. But
I respect that.
Obviously, the things that are going on, that has been damaged at this point, and hopefully it can be rectified because I don't want this channel to be a channel for toxicity. I want this to be over and done with now that the separation has taken place. So here's my conclusion. It's a shame many people cannot disconnect one thing from the other, but I understand given the sensitivity of the subject matter, right? Seeing the new comments from Jason, the stream that I experienced and saw with my own 2 eyes, and the exchange that Jason and I had during that week, and keeping him on this project was obviously a huge mistake given all the events that took place, right?
That's a fair.
I need people to think about this. Why would I keep someone who even sees me as something less and thinks my family shouldn't be in this country, the country that I was born in? My father served in the army for many years. I guess he shouldn't be here either. And according to Jason's views, no, he shouldn't.
It's just sad.
If I had seen these types of examples last year, the outcome definitely would have been different. You know, and I understand why the direction towards me. Again, that's something that I'm gonna bear because I did make the decision. Fault me for believing in what I thought was a friend. You know, fault me for trying to be a loyal friend. You know, fault me for not listening to people who were trying to sound the alarm. It's understandable. What's not really understandable is fighting hatred with hatred. I can't think of any example where that brings peace to anybody. Now, some people may point back to that Q&A session of 2023 when, and I've seen it, they selectively picked out a small part where I said I really didn't care if I worked with a racist or not. But it is being taken out of context because they stop it right there. They don't show the next statement that I made, right after that. And I said maybe by working with me, they'll see that Hispanics are not bad people, and that'll change their views. When I said that, there's a man I read about him many, many years ago named Daryl Davis. I came across his story, like I said, a number of years back. It's a black man who would befriend people that had similar mentalities to Jason. And he would help them change their views and their hearts. When I made that statement, I had that man in mind. You know, if you get a chance, I recommend checking out his story. You know, as it's really a brave and fascinating one. Again, his name's Daryl Davis. Highly recommend checking it out. But yeah, that's what I had in mind when I said that. Now, with Jason's issue, it's a little bit different because we went from one point to where he is now, right? It's a reverse. It's someone who started there and then, you know, with their interactions with me, hopefully would change. This is the opposite scenario where it's, hey, we were here, we were good, but then you shifted on over to the dark side, right? Two very, very different scenarios. So in my eyes, anyone who's spreading hatred on either side of the spectrum, they really need prayer and correction, to be quite frank. But more than anything else, if hatred continues, it'll continue to fuel more hatred. And I'm going to end with this quote from the great Martin Luther King Jr. It says, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out." We focus on the next story, which is Dinobots Unleashed. And look, let's be real.
It's going to be fighting an uphill battle here.
This isn't going to stop the hatred and toxicity outside of my channel. Because let's be real, it's easier to sell emotionally driven content like hatred. You get more clicks, more likes, more attention. Right, to give you an example, not including 2023 and 2024, since the beginning, right, all those years, 2014 to 2022, only 2 people did a video regarding this project. Within less than 4 days, maybe within 2 to 3 days, I saw 4 videos boycotting this project. I've been asked for like 2 or 3 interviews to talk about the drama, right? Again, if you go back to the Twitter space, prior to January 2023, only a handful of people were talking about this project and trying to push it and promote it. After that, tanked. So there are some people that are going to do that because that's the some. And again, not everybody's doing it on purpose. Like this gentleman from Firewood Media, I think he was very respectful, and I don't think he was doing anything to purposely hurt, based on how his tone, what he said, how he said it, didn't accuse anything. He just had some concerns, some questions, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are purposely trying to really, spread hate, right? Spread lies. And that's what this video is for. It's really to give you full content because they don't have full content, right? They're only picking what they find here and there and running with it. This is to provide full content, and this is also to eliminate any lies, exaggerations, and misinformation, right? And that's why I provided all of the evidence that I did. So guys, I want to thank you for staying with me. I want to thank you for your support. I want to thank you all, especially the ones that actually contributed, for making Galvatron's Revenge a reality. I really appreciate that, and you've helped me achieve one of my dreams, one of my childhood dreams. Thank you so much. Take care. Till all are one.
I will say I do feel bad for this guy. And because I do think he genuinely wanted to make something good. And while it's not good, and I'm going to stand by that even after knowing all this, I can at least respect his passion and the amount of because there definitely is a lot of hard work that went into this. I can respect the hard work, but man, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This whole film did have problems, and while I can't blame him for everything that happened, this was still written and directed by him. And if this was me directing it, I would have probably tried to make it much higher standards. I'm definitely impressed that it got this far though. This kind of project, like, I've seen many Transformers projects. I've voiced many Transformers projects that never saw the light of day. So the fact that he actually got this out is actually pretty impressive. But I do think it could have been better. And it is very saddening that, you know, all this stuff happened with him. Honestly, I'm tempted to actually kind of reach out to them and say, hey, you want me to help write? Because I will definitely do it. Because I do feel bad for the guy. And I say, hey, I even know a good Optimus Prime voice actor who sounds more like Peter Cullen. Man. Now, sometimes I'm worried this will happen to me someday. But, you know, I hope this guy can come back from this, honestly. I genuinely hope the best for him. Because it is not his fault that all this happened with Orbital Bacon. Because I do feel like if the Orbital Bacon controversy didn't happen, he would have had better response to this. I am stricter because I do this stuff. But, you know, I can't blame him for this. Anyway, I think I'm going to end the stream there. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. Thanks, everyone, for coming by. And I hope you all have a Merry Christmas. If I don't see you all by then. Bye-bye for now.